Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining once more for the Blue Otter Talk. This is the grand finals of the Blue Otter League Masters Division. My name is Sherry J, joined by three fantastic, handsome, intelligent, charismatic, and a bunch of other adjectives to describe them. Rob, Lesser, and Vertigo. I think since
Why
it's
is
been
my
a
name
while.
spelled like that?
His name's spelled wrong.
That
It's,
is so true.
it's fine. We'll
Anyway.
go. Don't
I have
worry.
here to go.
We'll call you Vertigo. That way it sounds like a little bit cool. We'll have like a bit of a space there. And yeah, so let's do some introductions. Lesser, you want to start us off?
Sure.
Matches I'm super stoked. And I think that we have a lot to talk about because we were talking about this a bit beforehand with a little bit of some players that we wanted to call out. And I think just to make it right, we've done this a bit in the past regarding a couple of players that I believe a couple of us would know by name at this point, a couple of household names such as Archer, such as a couple other players. But let's just go back. And I want to get some thoughts on some players that you guys might think are a little bit interesting to watch out for future seasons, people that you might possibly just want to give a little bit of credit to, maybe call out, and yeah, just overall, anybody you guys want to give any notable mentions to? Lesser, you want to start us off?
Don't interact with the rage bait. Whatever you do.
Interact with it.
There just aren't any good players.
There
Well,
it is.
There are a lot of bad players, but they're not a lot of
Yeah,
good
yeah,
players.
that's what I mean. Like, do you want to call anybody out? You want to say?
Oh yeah.
good
So
things about
Archer,
somebody?
that guy is a
Overall.
pig. You should have seen this guy's semifinals performance against G7. We went through the games. Don't know how the fuck that guy even made semis. G7 should have lost that series if Archer was a human.
Cap.
It's crazy. Did you
He's
see this guy's
predictable.
Volibear play?
He's so predictable.
Did
I
you
mean,
see
we
this
literally
guy's
watched him
Volibear
on.
play?
He's so
It's
predictable.
criminal. Yeah, exactly. Archer's a pig.
It's just too
But
predictable, man.
yeah, he just plays everything terrible. Alongside that, I know he's not in this league. Kaztech, that guy is a fucking animal too. My team is playing for fun against him, and he's throwing a 6K gold lead. Don't know how that's possible. Same thing with this jungle. Dracos is gonna get. He's a little less bad than Kaztech, but holy shit, that guy's a pig too. Nostalgia, whiner, crybaby, like any word that's negative you can use against him. I'm on Zephy's side for this. And then Vertigo, that guy's also just a pig.
Correct.
That guy brought DDG a loss.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was intentional. That was an inside job
That was very
that you
intense.
can't prove. I think Lester got it all out of him in one go. Shit.
Oh,
You
there's
get
still
there,
more,
bud?
but those are the big
Do
ones.
you want to keep going? Because we have like an
No,
hour of this. So
I'm fine. I'm fine. I
Okay,
need to get into
well,
flaming my finals opponent eventually. So
if you want to circle back to it, you're more than welcome to. But Rob, you have anybody you want to give any nominations out to?
Well, I think I'm gonna be a little more positive than Lesser. I do want to say I think it's a pretty top-heavy league with some big hitters on the top teams, like Vertigo on Superior. Nobody from Dorado Rejects because those guys suck and got kicked, and DDG's pretty good as well. But on the Flame side, I think there are some people that are just so overrated. I mean, I think like Lane Zero Hurricane, that team is not real. And I just specifically want to call out Holy Carrot from Team Dizzy. That guy sucks. That guy is awful. He just AFKs the entire time. If you get that guy in solo queue, run the other way.
You know, I I gotta say, after watching a couple of these players you're mentioning, I don't totally disagree with some of it. I think that that's probably the more in-depth analysis off of what we just received. But after that, we'll wrap up our player nominations. Vertigo, you got anybody you want to give any special words to?
Yeah, actually, there was a team that was pushing for most of the split, and you could probably also see it if I could go find my playoff predictions. Was Glacial Esports. I thought that they were looking really good up until, of course, they met DDG, and that is rather unfortunate for them. But I thought that they had a lot of really good players, and that their jungler was rather underrated. So it was nice to see them go as far as they did up until that point. But just wanted to give them a shout out.
you know what?
And
I'm normally Mr. Negative, but I can agree with you there. We
True.
were very pleasantly surprised with how Glacial played against us. Like going into the series, they had beaten what Lane Zero, they'd beaten Ember Wolves. Like they had made their way to playoffs like legitimately, and then they beat a Hextech Hackers team 3-0, which I don't think they were good, but still like they were stopping competition up until us. So like going into that series, we gave them so much respect that like I think if we wouldn't have done that, if it would have been like a last BOL season where it would have been 4-4-9-0 and we're like, holy shit, we're gonna run through this team, they could have upset us. Their top laner was a very phenomenal player. Their jungle wasn't the worst player. He did really well into Evil Lobster style. And then like the rest of the team just wasn't bad. I think their ADC was a bit of a pig, but outside of that, like that was a good team.
True.
And
Agreed.
then the wrap around to my negative. Obviously, I have to go back to LZDR because
Ooh.
True.
got a little bit of personal beef with that Prowl guy.
That Prowl guy sucks.
That Prowl
Fuck
guy,
that
dude. The story I have with that guy at this point, it brings a smile to my face just to think about it now. Just to see them get kicked for that, just it made my season. It really
They were
did.
riding a scrim 1-2 block against us for the entire season. That's their biggest
Yeah.
accomplishment from
I'd
this
say
season of BOL.
in regular season when we played them, went into game 3, Prow tries to 1v9 lose the game for his team, and Verticality straight up just denies that, and they get the win. And so after I'm like, hey, GG's guys, at least I'm gonna look better on the stats than Prow, right? And the dude just blows up in chat, just goes
Oh,
complete
yeah.
berserk about that. He did not like seeing that his stats were worse, but like he played like a pig. He didn't earn it, and so then anytime I've seen him since then has been a much different story. He definitely hasn't gotten a win since, so it's nice. Same for Noah. Noah obviously made his opinion to me pretty clear last split after DDG, the crash out.
Noah thinks you're a good player.
Really? That's news to me.
Yeah, Noah thinks you're a good player.
I said I was the guy who can only play Maokai and diddle himself.
Well, that is true. That is you, but
I think that was the allegation. Accurately, but that's neither here nor there.
I'm pretty sure he thinks you're not a bad player. He thinks you're better than. No, he doesn't think you're better than Prowl, but
That's
Prowl
okay.
isn't ape though. Prowl is a fucking.
You're ruining my headcanon right now, Lester, and I don't appreciate it.
I'm sorry. Should have
I'm
been
here to
finals.
hate. True. That one's on me. I will
You lost to
claim
Lanes.
responsibility for that one.
You lost to Archer. You lost
Yeah.
to fucking Archer. You cannot
Yeah,
get-
don't remind me.
We can just agree that Targon's the better division. Like, it's settled now.
No,
No.
because you have Lane 0 and Archer in your division.
Yeah, but
I
Lane
do-
0 beat your 2 seed, right? Or your 3 seed.
No.
whatever they were.
Lane 0 was always our 2 seed, even though they got removed.
I do have to say, going into that week, that was one of the worst weeks of my life, inside game and out. So I definitely did
glad.
not play up to par, and and a couple of my players were also having some pretty rough weeks. So going into that, it was kind of destined for failure. Didn't expect it to be that bad, but that was just definitely us on an off week. And I would say that LZ played pretty well too in their own right. But I think if both teams are on form, then that definitely does not happen again. And we'll see that over in Aegis.
Aegis.
What, next couple weeks? Aegis.
Aegis.
That's how you pronounce it.
Aegis.
That's not how you.
That's how you pronounce it. Look it up on Google.
Oh,
Don't get rage baited by this guy, Terry, please.
I was gonna say I was in a mythology class this year, bro.
Uh-oh.
But we can go with
Don't
whatever.
listen to this guy.
Oh.
The
No,
Vertigo's.
go type in
Go
go type in Aegis definition and click the funny sound button.
Don't get rage baited by this guy, Terry.
Do it on stream. Do it on stream.
I don't think that would matter if I'm doing it on a stream. Not gonna lie, it's not like. Actually, maybe we could get a producer.
Cherry, you're being
Steph is
rage
gonna
baited.
do that, or... Oh, well, that's.
All
Anyways,
right, chat
we
confirm
can
it for
call
me,
it
please.
Aegis if that helps.
Oh, can I give one more shout out?
Oh,
Rob, wait,
snap.
Rob, can we let
snap.
Rob speak? There's actual finalists here, and we're letting Vertigo steal the show.
You're right.
No,
you're
I
right.
had
Rob,
one
what's up?
last shout out for somebody. I wanted to give props to Kerrigan for his amazing content. It was few and far in between.
Yes.
But when he produced, it was always quality content that we were all looking forward to week in and week out, I think. So just wanted to give a shout out to Kerrigan specifically on that.
This is very true. Did he post some for this week or no?
No, he's freaking tired again.
Shocker. That
Yeah.
guy produced 4 weeks of good content.
Yeah. There was like after like 2 weeks of him being dead, I got so fed up that I spent 5 hours one night from like midnight to 5 a.m. rating a piece and just dropped it in Gen Chat.
I was always ready for the
That was
content.
a good time.
Yeah, my content may not be at the same level as his because I just don't care enough. But I always get it out on time at least.
True. True.
Oh snap!
Toad step. Toad step. Come on.
Well, exactly. Because if you're not rage baiting people, are you really playing League of Legends? Like,
You're not rage baiting. You're getting rage baited.
exactly. Well,
Mhm.
okay, but like APA did it, and it worked out amazing.
Yep. Yeah.
So while we're doing this, I want to get y'all's thoughts. This is very unrelated, but will we be seeing any of you guys be at the MSI this year, since it is in North America?
I'm going MSI. Yeah.
Oh snap!
Where
I
is it
didn't
at?
know it was in North America.
Vancouver.
Is in Vancouver,
Ooh.
Canada.
Honestly. That's the opposite side for Beso.
I would if I had money. I need crowdfunding for that. Oh my god, it's
Yes.
happening.
Wait, can we get a drum roll?
No.
Unfortunate.
Oh no!
No, not
baited.
the audio. Well, the
No.
bait was there again.
Look how much he's rage baited you guys. He just sat
Yeah.
there, thought you were
He's
dead.
right. He's counter reach baiting me right now. He had me on the edge of my seat.
Oh,
All right, but
well,
you can hear it, right, Toad? You can get confirmation. My God, ladies and gentlemen,
I don't believe this. I don't believe this. I definitely think that it's gonna be Aegis, and we're gonna continue to pronounce it like that till the end of the time. But yeah, let's get into those predictions, because now that we're done trash talking people, unless you guys have anything else to add, who y'all think is winning tonight?
Well, I mean, as a player on G7, I have to say my team's winning. Not gonna speak on game score or anything. I could see. I think it's either gonna be a 3-0, or a full 5 games. I know it's kind of like 3 out of the however many of the possibilities there are, but I think it's gonna be one of the two, and I mean 3-0 either way.
come on, we gotta get your confidence
I
up,
mean, I'd
Rob.
imagine if it goes to 5 maps, you guys would probably lose, no?
Absolutely not. We have some
I mean,
pocket picks
DDG has that
absolutely ready.
experience playing those 5 map series after last week, so.
We
But
have
who
so does
knows?
G7.
Wait,
So does
we have
G7.
Yeah, we do too.
Oh, did you
against
guys also have a
Hurricane.
5 map series? Oh, my bad.
DDG did that. Oh, they did against
Yeah, they did.
Takuma, right?
Yeah, it was something. It was something. So I'm also gonna go with Gang 7 here, just because that game last week was crazy.
Yeah, it's really cool that both teams got to play 5-game series, so we could see what picks come out during Fearless for both of them. Both sides get a lot of info on each other as well.
Ready to go. Who do you think's gonna win? Come on.
Yeah, but I do have some DDG backing here. I may or may not be biased on this as a sub in Titan, and also I've gotten a bit of leaks from a certain leaker in the league or in the org. So I gotta say I gotta side with DDG on this one. It's gonna be a 3-1. They managed to throw a game somehow. I do not know how, but it will be horrifying.
Okay. Okay. I'm glad that at least someone here has a brain. I'm gonna be honest. Last week, Akuma versus DDG, that was the real finals. There is no secret about that. Akuma was like by far the second best team, even though G7 does have the most handsome, rich, perfect support playing for them. I don't think he's gonna be enough to carry them over the finish line. This entire season, we have scrimmed a lot of teams, and I'll be a little honest, our 0-39 scrim record may not be the most accurate, but regardless, we have only had 2 teams apologize to us after scrimming us. And G7 was in fact one of those teams who, after I said thank you for the scrims, the person I made of contact said, I was actually going to apologize that you had to scrim us.
That's
Oh,
not fair.
no.
He's a beta male, okay? I would never have apologized for the scrims.
He
okay?
outwardly apologized that we had to scrim them. That is how pathetic their performance was against us. We won a 4v5 game against them in scrims. So again, I know they're scrim bucks, and I know they don't matter. But if from our experience about playing them and playing the teams that they've beaten, today is going to be one of the nastiest 3-0 finals you have ever seen. Because as much as I love the story that G7's had, we're gonna make their first time on stream an absolute nightmare, and we're going to pummel them into the ground. They will not have any idea what happens. I promise. You can take your second place prize pool and go home, but I'm sorry, you are not winning.
Rob, I need you to make my prediction wrong tonight, please.
Listen, man, I'm not one of these scrim man. You know who else did well against us in scrims at one point? Emberwolves. And where the hell did those
Ooh.
guys end up? Those guys
Yeah,
suck.
at some
Those
point.
guys were always predicted to be the #1 seed, and then G7 was supposed to be the 7 seed or whatever the hell. I've heard it the whole season. It's the perfect culmination of the season. Whole season, G7's underrated, maybe a wild card team. Now we're getting underrated in the finals. Nobody has us winning it. It's the perfect storyline. We'll just
I
prove it with
think
the
you need to put a
gameplay.
bit of respect on what I said. I had you guys as the second best team in your group from the start. So again, please check yourself. I had you rated highly at the beginning. So none of this, oh, woe is us, everyone under. No, I rated you properly. I could
Yeah,
have
but
probably
that's
put
one
you one.
person
Yeah, but
out of
it's the person who's saying he's
everyone.
about to 3-0 your ass.
Yeah, but see, the difference is like you think, since then we haven't gotten better, and I would happen to
No,
say.
I definitely think you've gotten better, but when you're going to 5 games against Archer, I think there's a problem.
I mean, listen, bro, you can't say that after you just went to 5
Yeah,
games
you
against
should
Akuma.
have
That
ended
is
it
the
at 3 like I did.
fakest. That is the
I will be
fakest team
honest.
ever.
We definitely should have beaten Akuma 3-0. I just want to say Lester wasn't there for games 3 and 4. I was there for 1, 2, and 5. My team won games 1, 2, and 5. Coincidence? Absolutely. But I don't care. The difference here, though, is that Akuma, I know you never played them, I don't think. They're not bad. They're like
I've never
that was
played
the
this
Oh,
fun.
hot take, hot take.
I've never played this iteration of Akuma. No, but and in my experience, every single Akuma team I've ever played against sucks.
Okay, well, you also said have you faced a genuine Lone Ryakuma team that wasn't decades ago?
I honestly don't know. I would have to see through our screen. I don't pay attention to any of that stuff. You want to be
Exactly.
honest?
Every other Akuma team doesn't have Lone Ry on it is Pig Team. Don't get me wrong. They are all
I,
pigs.
I still haven't gotten a jungle against him. I've been waiting for my day.
Lone Ry's a much better solo laner, or like he's a much better not jungle than he is jungle, just because he can control waves a lot more when he's not in the jungle. Whereas if he's jungle, he kind of has to be in a specific place in order to like match objectives and match lobster or match jungle in general. But whenever I'm thinking from a DDG perspective, but whenever, but like normally from a perspective where you're facing Lone Ray, he's so much better in a solo lane just because he can control waves, and he's allowed to sit mid and lead his team through his voice because that's just what he does. He's a macro genius, and if you haven't faced an Akuma team with that guy on it, I don't think you can really discredit them. And I believe they're a much better team than G7. They were definitely the second best team in the league.
Cap.
Interesting.
You have to think they played without Lone Ray for half the split, and they still ended up the 3rd seed. Tonzo and Ready Your Pigs. Tonzo and Ready Your Pigs. Don't get me wrong. But they still had Andy, Lone Ray, and Fails, which that 3-man core won AML twice. Or I guess not Lone
Like
Ray, but
that's
still.
AML, man. Like,
Yeah, and AML's a lot harder than BOL. AML's
well,
a
I don't disagree with that. Listen, I don't disagree with that. But like, is AML really hard at all?
yeah, I'd say so. Like again, they did have like the actual God roster, and they weren't challenged at all in any of those leagues. But the same thing could have been said here if we didn't enter. They would have probably swept whoever was the 1 seed in our. They probably would have been the 1 seed in our group, and then they would have 3-0'd you guys in finals too. I don't think it mattered who would have won our matchup. They would have beaten you. I just think we'll do it 3-0, and they would have done it like 3-1. Just because Riddy and
We'll just
Tonso
have
are
to.
pigs.
Yeah, we'll have to go scrim them then. We'll scrim in a 5 block.
Okay, you think Lodry's gonna scrim? Holy shit, this guy really doesn't know him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know
Uh-oh.
what you're talking about, bro. If you want to be honest, I load into game. I don't look at any of the names anymore. I don't look at anybody anymore. So
I'll go ahead and tell you then. The person you're lining up against tonight, she's gonna run your shit so hard, you're gonna quit the game for a second time.
That's
see on
that's
that
low key
one.
very
Let's go,
would be
never
the word I
saw.
use. Never saw was absolutely absurd last week, and I know I'm looking forward to seeing her play again.
Hmm. Yeah, she had some really vile games, especially that first game. My
Yeah,
God.
Oh my
Never
God.
saw is kind of like smurfing. Again, if we get
Yeah.
yeeted, yeet never saw. Leave the rest of us here. She is absolutely single-handedly carrying our team. That put that one out there.
We
But
just keep Rafa's here.
Yeah, that's
yes,
what
we
I was
do
gonna
keep
say.
Rafa's here.
Keep her brain
Make
stimulation
sure,
up. Don't let her get bored.
Yeah,
yeah,
we
make sure
need to make
she's
sure
just
she's
playing a
constantly
control
stimulated.
mage and no Azir.
This is true. As long as she is not bored, we should win. However, whenever
All right,
she gets
Rob,
bored,
put her to
it's tough.
sleep.
All right,
If you play
noted.
Zoe,
You
it
know what to
might be
do
a tough
now.
day.
We've given you the info.
I'm AFK, sitting
Big.
there under tower. Hway, QE, done.
No. You need something more boring than that. All right. She yearns for the farming lanes. We need like Tryndamere boring.
Oh, that's a good one.
Ooh,
go
I
with
wouldn't play
Tryndamere.
Tryndamere. Last time Tryndamere happened, she went 10-0 and stomped him. And that was Andy Tryndamere as well.
Okay, but Andy had some ints.
He did, but I do
I
want to
love
say
Andy,
DT
but
is the first team to take down Akuma Tryndamere.
that's true. We did. We certainly didn't. We tried.
Trust me, I know you did. I trust me, I know you did. That was disgusting.
All right. But that one lives in my head rent free because my mid laner locked Xerath, wanted to go ignite. I told him no, and then he flashed on the guy level 2 with a Nudu jungle paired with the Tryndamere. He flashed on the guy level 2 as Xerath, and then
Ooh.
died 3 times without that flash.
Is that MVP Fortnite in the mid lane? Oh my gosh.
The one and only. I love that man to
That
death.
guy is
His
so
death,
good.
not mine.
It's not mine. Oh my lord. Poor
That's
guy.
my goat.
Is he the GOAT?
He
What
is
about
the goat.
what about your old support?
Oh, we're trying to bring up beef.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm curious. Because that guy tried out for me like a year and a half ago.
yeah. I don't want to tear into him too much, honestly.
Hey, no, come
But
on. Don't be a loser.
nah, I'm not that kind of guy. But I will say
Uh,
that the split was our decision, not his. So
Ooh.
that's about it.
He just called him a fucking useless piece of shit. I don't know where he's at now,
Yeah.
but I believe in him more than men.
I believe he is a sub for a team. Yeah, he's a sub for Conduit Rising Dawn now.
Ooh, never mind. Min's gonna do
Under
better.
under
Yeah.
Emerald Deo, so he'll never see the light of day. But at least he found another team.
Very true. This is not AML though, sadly. If it was AML, I'd have a lot more to say.
That is AML.
I know, but I'm talking about like if we
Oh,
were
oh,
on
oh,
AML, yeah.
I see. Save it for the content. When's it coming out?
It's already out.
All right, when's the next one coming out though?
Oh, Lord, give me strength. I'm still waiting for my Titan content too.
I honestly
I want to
forgot
get
Titan
some thoughts here.
exists.
What, Sherry? What are we
What
doing?
what's the one cap that we're gonna be setting at how many kills Neversaw's gonna get?
Uh,
Under over 15. How about that? To make it
over.
easy.
Like in one game or
Like-
in total?
The
In
total
one game.
series under.
Well, I meant in one game, but
Oh,
yeah.
over.
Either way under.
Over.
Over 15. You're psycho. Holy.
Do you know who Never Saw is?
Yeah, very
Yeah,
There
well.
well,
was
that never
some,
saw
there
as a
was
matter of
some.
fact.
I mean, I'm putting it high. I'll be the first one to admit it. But there was some crazy shit last week. If there's a 40-minute game, I think it could go over.
Yeah, but like even in her most like psychotic 1v9 victor game, that was still like what, 16 kills?
Exactly.
16, 1 in 10, something like that.
Yeah.
Well,
So you're having to predict that. You're having to predict another god performance.
let's just Never Saw. Let me go first. Find our scrim results versus Gang 7 Mirage. Okay, Never Saw dropped 10, 21,
Oh,
and 18.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna go for the
scrims
over.
don't count. Scrims don't count.
Scrims
True.
don't count, but Brady fan is level 8 in this screenshot in a 29-minute game that DDG won. Uh-oh.
Yeah, but like also my top laner also went AFK
Yeah.
in that game, so
My
Oh, yeah,
argument against
I-
it,
yeah.
DDG is just a really well-rounded roster. Like everyone on that team has carry potential. So it's really hard for them to, in general, in normal games, just funnel all of the kills into one person and then have them carry right. That's just not the usual DDG way. Obviously, it
That's why
happens
this is
sometimes,
gonna happen in
but
this series. Because we're gonna have a lore accurate Troy game. We're gonna have a lore accurate Neversol game. Then we'll have a lore accurate Brandy fan game where like he tries to drop 25 kills and then we lose. It may be a 3-1 today for us. And then we'll have a lore accurate Evil Lobster game where Gang 7's gonna give him Viego for some unforgotten reason and we're gonna win.
I guess a Viego player, that's news to me.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna have a 3-0 here, it's gonna be Trundle, it's gonna be Volley Bear, it's gonna be Pantheon.
Oh no. Gang 7's gonna get mind controlled into banning at least 2 of those. Akuma did enough for us. We're good.
Oh, I can help you guys with draft prep, Rob, if you want. Yeah, you don't need to do that.
Oh, trust
Don't
me,
worry.
we're good. Just listen to how Leicester's speaking. They are going to be fucking lost today. I'll tell you that much. They are
Big.
going to be lost.
Well, trust me. The minute we get in the draft, if you don't ban 2 specific champions, we're gonna sit there and laugh in your face, and we'll wipe the floor with you.
All right, we'll see.
All right, you can tell me in
We'll
advance,
see.
G. If you can DM me it. Is the J span on lock? Do we care?
Ooh, let's not ban that champion. Let's just keep that one open, please and thank you.
Oh,
Gotta
oh,
go.
I hear a stinker. I hear a stinker.
Uh-oh. Don't ban that champion.
I don't. I would have to. I could go find our doc.
Yeah, let's both release our draft plans right now, please.
Yeah, sure. Come down.
That would make tonight very interesting. We still got a whole half hour left.
It's in like some of our decisions, but not all of them. Yeah, we got multiple draft scenarios, so. All right, yeah, DDG first, then we'll go.
No. Gang 7 first, and then we'll go.
Then you guys
Oh,
three.
you guys are so polite.
Remember?
Yeah, well, ladies first.
What a
No,
gentleman
I'm
this
good.
Lesser guy is.
You do have Boy Kisser, and with that guy, I think you should go first.
Oh, I forgot to talk about those two. Boy Kisser and Steel City. I played a split with them like a few splits, probably like 3 or 4 splits ago. On I don't even know if they remember it because it was such a blur over on Euphoria, but they were playing bot lane together, and that was a wild ride we had. It did not work out, but it was a very entertaining split to say the least. Those two were very entertaining.
That is a way to describe them very well.
Yeah. One of them did post a flashlight in Gen Chat, so it do be like that.
That was just
It do-
that
that was
that was his living room setup. What are you talking about?
yeah. He was just showing off the Invincible on TV. That's
Yeah,
all
it's
that.
Invincible season 3.
What? They didn't. All right, now I know we're on a BOL broadcast here, but I gotta say the BOL admin service might be a little poor.
I think
that kind of sums up
tough.
the BOL experience right there.
Well, you're eliminated, so you can speak freely. I can't. I think BOL is a wonderful org, and until we get our prize winnings, that's what my opinion is.
BOL struggles on a lot of things, tournament wise. I'm glad they're
just
here,
They're
but
just a tournament organizer, though.
yeah,
You just saying they suck at what they do?
yeah.
Oh, where'd it go?
Just because flaming, kick him, get him banned.
Yeah,
I think
Says
I don't think
the
we
guy
have-
who hasn't had an otter talk in 4 weeks.
Ooh,
oh. Well, that is true.
I've been waiting for this Yap session 4 weeks now. I wanted
Yeah.
it, man.
I will be honest.
Last
I've
heard
been
I were
ready.
gonna-
Yeah, me and Vertigo were
Yeah.
ready for week 7, week 6, and
We had to take it to
quarterfinals.
We had to take it to DMs to flame each other,
Yeah,
and a couple of other unspeakable romantic things. But
Whoa!
I mean, we got
that's
20
left for me and
minutes. Y'all
Jerry.
want to share those with the rest of the class? We
No.
keeping that private.
It's private. It's private.
All right.
Oh
yeah,
no!
those
Well-
are definitely privates. Yo,
Oh, and we're getting Hollywooded.
Wait a second. I heard some
Big
like
fan of your work.
BOL admin slander. We need to chill out there.
uh,
That's
uh,
not okay.
Whoa.
Yeah, Vertigo.
There was- This is called free speech of. the
I'm
mind.
not against like freedom of speech is a totally respected right. Freedom from consequences is not.
Ooh,
This is fair.
I think
This
we
guy
can
knows
make
his
it.
law.
I think we can make it. I think we can make that a free, right?
So so here's the thing, right? With the last 20 minutes, we do have to do something exciting.
We can kick Vertigo.
Well, I mean,
Oh snap!
True.
but we'd have to invite him back. Be like, hey,
No,
Vertigo,
no,
what's
no.
the shape of a menu?
What?
It's I don't remember. I don't remember that.
I think you
Halo
mean
joke
what's the
anymore.
shape of Italy, buddy? I'm not gonna lie.
It's a boot. Anyways, so
Yeah.
yeah, it's what does the waiter normally hand you whenever you come into a restaurant? It's the menu, and then you get kicked back to the title screen.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
get
yeah,
it.
that's a good one. I haven't heard that one before.
I've never heard
that's
that
like
one
that.
either.
It's because it's old. It's because I'm old. It's fine.
Oh, I was
Um,
told that before stream.
Yeah.
Oh my
You
god!
may have got-
Here,
yeah,
were
you
you
got your age
37
docked.
or 36? I can't. I think it was 37, right?
Not yet. I still have a
Oh.
month or two. I
Oh,
think. I don't
shit.
remember anymore. Jeopardy's gone
Oh.
off, so I logged.
The
in.
Alzheimer's caught up.
Yeah.
He can't remember anymore. The poor thing.
Speaking of Jeopardy, I watched
Yeah.
that for the first time the other week.
Why?
Where is Alex
Because
Trebek? I know what happened to him, but they need to keep saying. I can't deal with the new guy.
Ken Jennings?
Yes.
What's wrong
It's
with
not
Ken
the same.
Jennings?
It's not the same as my goat. Like I know
I
like
think
Vertigo is cool,
he's a
Lesser is
wonderful, like,
pretty good as well.
spirit
Rob is
successor.
really good at the video game, but like where is Alex Trebek?
Are you trying to bring him
Need
on
him.
to Otter Talk? Is that what you're saying? You want him here?
I think we need to get like an Alex Trebek like impersonator up in because I think
Yeah,
that would be
you-
like really good.
Yeah,
Rob,
right
can
after
you give
the
us an
Bob
Alex Trebek
Ross and the
impression?
Mr. Rogers like
shit.
Oh,
impression?
so to increase the BOL content, we need a Jeopardy session. That's what I'm
I was
hearing.
gonna say we
True.
could sit
I
there
think
and
that
play
would be
the guess
fire.
the LOL like
Titans content team's already been on that, so you guys gotta catch up.
We cannot be slandering Blue Water League.
we could play LOL.
Well, I'm giving them suggestions. I'm giving suggestions. This is positivity.
I
Look,
think we
I
should
wanna
play
see you guys
LOL. That would be
improve.
fire.
we could play LOL.
I'm down.
Yeah, that'll be sick.
And then we could
Toad, pull it up.
I mean
Pull it up.
Yeah. Can we get
Hell
that?
yeah.
Can we get that brought up for the
yeah,
next
can we
like
get-
25
can we
minutes
get
or
that
so?
up? Can we get something? Yeah, we
Yeah.
want we want
Yeah.
something to do. We need some sort of like competition to sit there and shut Vertigo up. Humbly.
Exactly.
Yippee! Well, there's not
Love
gonna be competition tonight, that's for sure. We
That
gotta get
won't
it
be.
all hit here.
Trust me, this series will be a great stomp. I unironically think our matchup against Glacial Esports will be harder than our matchup tonight.
Rough.
That
Glacial
is
Wait, I'm back on the app.
That team did really good against us.
Oh, yeah, totally, Lester. I was totally talking about you guys stomping. Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
meant.
don't worry. Vertigo, you're legally signed under NDA with us.
I will say,
No comment.
Glacial Esports is a very built up org. They have a lot of different rosters, so that definitely gives them that scrim potential, possibly. So
Oh,
who knows? Maybe they are just that team.
This is not an ego thing, but is that usually in lower leagues? 'Cause I don't think I've actually seen
Yeah,
a
they are
Glacial team
normally
around.
our league.
Okay.
I do want to say my very first championship winning team was in Glacial.
Oh.
My very first split with them, I
You got
won them a title
lore.
and then I left.
Oh, so you did the reverse never saw experience.
Yeah, pretty much. And then I came to Arctic Force Hares, and then I had to deal with these bums.
Unfortunate.
Tragic.
I know it is truly a tragedy.
I heard Mint is looking for managers.
Do they pay? I can be
They
bought.
do. I'll let KMZ know.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, the thing is that if he
Yeah,
pays for me, he's got to get rid of his superior team, and he's got to get an
Ooh.
actual good team in.
Ooh.
One that looks a little like Evil Troy, Evil Lobster, Never Sub, or anything, Mr. Cubism.
All right, but I'm already the
Vertigo can stand
manager.
with the
I'm already the
sub,
manager
though.
for that team. They don't really need a manager for that one.
Okay, well then, that's fine. We don't.
You ever heard of Mint? You ever heard of Mint crash outs?
Ooh,
Best several team you'll ever see.
Ooh, maybe I don't want to be
All
part
right.
of it.
I think I got a fun competition for us. All right. So this is
Okay.
about a certain player we've been seeing a little bit. Okay, we're gonna go down the line, and I want all of you to guess on a rating scale by the Blue Otter League itself, without looking, because if
no.
you're cheating, that's mean and weird. But take a guess out of 104 players in the Masters Division. Where does Archer stand?
How many players are there?
104.
He's a jungler.
104th.
You have to remember he's a jungler. He's a jungler.
Oh, that is
all
right.
the
He is a
time.
jungler.
He's in the top 10 for sure. It's
No,
gonna
there's
be like,
no way he's a top 10.
It's gonna be. I'm going 6.
If we're gonna be honest, he's probably around like the 70 range. If we're gonna be honest, 'cause, like I still a pig. Like I still a pig. Don't get me wrong. I still
I'm
a
gonna
pig.
say around
Are
20.
you gonna go with 70?
For my own agenda, he has to be 70. If
I'm
he's any
saying,
higher,
like,
it's just because of jungle
I'm
inflation.
saying like 6 to 10.
Okay, so
Yeah,
we
I'm gonna
have.
I'm
Should
gonna
we
go
just average
30.
that out at 8 then?
Yeah,
That's
fine.
how math works. Yeah.
Okay.
Can
And
I
then-
just say that I was impressed that you didn't choose 105th?
Well, the thing is that I can't because he's a jungler. And the junglers get elo inflated in the rating scale always. By the way, how
I think
incredible
I'm
is
still
it
up there,
that
right?
Evil Troy, a top laner, was like top 10 for 4 weeks? Isn't that guy's high gold diff per game still at like 4,000 gold? Like, how fucking crazy is this player?
That's pretty wild.
Vertigo, you want to give us a prediction?
I'm gonna say 30. I'm gonna go with 30.
No
I
way.
am pulling it up right
Alright.
now just to see because
No
I
way.
couldn't remember if I'm still
I mean,
up
I
there.
know who,
I
like, the
might
top
be
3 are.
wrong. No, I'm not wrong. I believe Rob would make it the closest as not Evil Troy, sorry, that is going to be Archer, ranked number 24 out of 104 players.
Wow. Let's go, Archer.
Absolutely absurd.
Being a
Archer's
jungler and
pig.
being that low is literally criminal. That you
Wait,
should not even
hold
be
on.
on the stat leaderboard then.
Are you accounting
Okay.
for players that played the whole split?
Oh, there
doesn't
are
look
some
like
people
it.
that did not play the
Yeah,
whole
I
split
mean,
because there's a dude on Drop Dead Gaming at first.
Yeah, Evil Void at the top-rated player in the entire league, 0 and
Evil
1.
Void! Evil Void! That
The
guy's a
legends
goat.
of Evil
That
Void.
guy's the only reason I'm not at the top. Let me tell you.
Yeah, because Evil Void popped off his one game. Maybe we should.
He
Maybe
looking like
Brady
me
Fan
on
needs to hit sit on the
DDG.
bench. Evil Void needs to get on the starting roster.
Yeah,
Wait a
bring him
minute.
in as a knee sub tonight.
Ooh, we'll maybe do that. We'll maybe do that.
Yeah, you guys don't need those free bands.
Then it may be a competitive series. Uh-oh.
We got Optic Waffles up there right behind me. That's my goat right there, Rob. Let's go.
Yep.
It was always you and me.
Mm-hmm. Think
Yeah,
about
that
is
me,
what
happens.
me in the middle of like 19 junglers. Fucking
Yeah,
broken
hold on.
roll. Sorry.
Yeah. You gotta go all the way down to 17th for Never Saw. All I'm gonna say lesser. Bad bets. Oh, let's look at the jungle difference as well. Sasuk, 5th place.
You're
Where's,
comparing him to Evil Lobster, though.
where's Evil
calm down
Lobster?
here.
Oh yeah, that's
Evil
exactly what I'm doing.
Evil
I gotta
Lobster's
scroll
a
down and
pig.
find him.
This
Evil
guy's
Lobster's-
28.
28th?
If you're not a jungler in the top 10, like honestly, you should be banned. I think.
Oh, but it's
Wait,
fine.
wait, wait, wait,
Let's look
wait,
at
wait.
look at ADCs. ADCs
Wait,
now.
wait. Take a look at support real
7
quick.
for
Take a look at
G7.
support. Support's their best player, is he not?
Oh,
Take a look at the support
Wait.
real quick.
I
Yeah,
think
it's fake. Our
Alune,
support doesn't
7th
buy fake
place.
words.
Where's Brandy?
Oh.
19th. What do you have to say
Where's
for yourself,
Mr.
Lester?
Where's Mr. Kiwiism and Boy Kisser?
Probably kissing at the bottom somewhere. I don't know.
They probably are, but where are they at the ratings? Do you care to say that one real quick, Vertigo?
I have to scroll and find them. Give me a second.
No. You don't have to scroll. They're near the top.
Oh, Kiwi in 11th. Good for him. And
And where's
then
Boy
we go
Kisser?
look for Bush. I think I missed him. Hold on.
You did. He's only
14.
Right by
So
Exactly.
so they're like right next to each other. Pretty
But
much.
Kiwi's better.
Kiwi is better. Yep. All right, we got 1 out of 4, folks, or 1 out of 5. 1 out of
And if
5.
support's their best player, then that's all that matters. I'm just saying.
that math is mathing.
And our top laner kind of does shit on theirs. We have 2 out of 5. And plus, Gang 7 also got to play against a bunch of Mickey Mouse teams, whereas we got to play
Wrong.
against Lane 0 Dorado rejects.
Targon is just the real division. Shurima sucks. If you disagree, you're
Mhm.
just wrong in coping.
Okay, well, I'm going to look forward to a swift 3-0. We were considering. I am going to need to call Kiwi, actually. I am. Wait, who's saying that? Is that my team or? Okay, yeah.
Danny.
We can actually
Perennial.
we can call Mr. Kiwiism live on stream because this guy is
Oh
probably
my
still
God.
asleep. This guy is probably still asleep and may sleep through our game today.
Quick though, can we treat this like Do you remember Peter Pan? Like, whenever you had to yell at the TV screen to make Tinkerbell come back to life? No, of course nobody else does because I'm old.
This guy would bring that up.
But everyone can do that on stream right now.
Geriatric looking at.
I swear to God, I'm going to find you
Please do.
and chase
Oh,
after
yeah,
you like at a mediocre speed in my walker.
At least that'd be somebody chasing after me.
Feedonomics, you missed it. We had some dad jokes on stream earlier.
Yeah,
It
I'm
was,
probably very happy I missed it then.
Oh, they were before stream.
Oh, you're so right. It was before stream. Let me give you some of these. All right.
Oh,
Hey,
no.
what's up,
Guys, cut the feed. Cut the feed.
guys?
I don't know.
The sky.
Okay.
Gonna go
Do I
ahead and
need
click
to
the
say the
block
sky
button on
too?
Cherry J.
Yeah,
There
very
we
valid. Very
go.
valid. You know.
No, I don't. No, I don't like this game.
For those in the
It
audience,
was-
League of
it
Legends
was
was released in
3.
2009.
Was it 3?
Feel old yet?
Maybe depends on the month. But you're close there. So I'll give
What
you.
was it? Just somebody hurt me.
Well, depending on the month, it would be 2 years old. But if it's like a little bit later, then who knows?
I didn't want to be right.
I don't know what to tell you. You weren't right, so
Actions have consequences.
Yeah.
actions do have consequences.
Did we get Lolo up ever?
No, we didn't. What has our producer been up to?
No,
Nobody
we
heard.
absolutely said yes, Prod.
Get it, Toad. We have to do this.
We have
Support
10
may be
minutes.
asleep.
Prod.
Wait a minute.
That's what's
Kiwi
gonna
is
happen,
actually
and then we're
asleep
gonna
right
get Kiwi live on stream.
No, Kiwi's actually asleep right now. This is not
No
good for DDGs.
way.
Kiwi
No
is
way.
asleep. This is not good looks for DDG.
Sounds like my return to DDG happens tonight, folks.
Oh, it looks like Violet gets her chance to play in BOL finals. It's the same thing that happened at AML. GG.
Yeah. GG, man. Why
Oh,
need the
snap.
off-brand one? Just pull up the on-brand one. Oh no, that one sucks. That one sucks. That one, I've seen that one. That one sucks. Yeah. Do the regular one. It repeats the same like 7 champions. If you do like the quotes one or anything like that, it sucks. So anyone who hasn't done their daily lull today, please close and mute stream. Spoilers.
Yeah, no spoiler.
There it is.
Holy
All
moly!
right, we're going down the line.
Let's get this in the classic, boys.
I'm getting first call in Classic, by the way. Don't care.
Okay.
Put
All you
Kindred.
king.
Put Kindred.
You would.
Put Kindred.
All right. What's your favorite Kindred skin, Lesser? I gotta know.
Probably Prestige Porcelain.
Oh my god, you suck at this game, dude.
Prestige Porcelain.
What
or
is
actually, no,
this?
it's DRX. It's actually DRX. It's DRX. I love PO6 my goat. PO6 my goat.
Oh god, I hate this guy more.
Nope. I'm sorry.
I
You
didn't
have
think it
wrong
was
opinion.
possible.
I'm sorry you have wrong
Oh
opinion.
my heart.
All right, who's up next?
All right.
Who's up next?
Rob, you go next. Rob, you go next.
Let's get Tryndamere.
Oh, okay. Man's taking it
No,
into his
that's
own
not
hands.
from Runeterra, but I low-key don't know regions.
Wait. Oh, for a second there, it was looking good. All right. Top
Unfortunate.
laner, melee, non-human.
Rise of
Doesn't use mana or
non-mana.
Fury.
Ooh. Interesting. I need a second to think about this one.
Garen. I don't know if Garen's above
Someone that's from
2009.
everywhere.
Aaron absolutely uses mana.
No.
Garen doesn't use mana.
Garen doesn't have a
What?
bar. He has
No,
a bar.
he never
doesn't have
has.
a bar? When did they
No,
get rid
never
of
has.
Aaron's bar?
He's never
never
had
had
a
one.
bar.
Aaron's never had a bar?
No.
No.
9, I think.
Aaron never
Yeah,
runs out of
since
mana?
2009.
Oh, it wouldn't be Garen. It's not human.
Who's up next? Who's up next? Is this
it's
really
Rob.
group? Is this really group? Like
What about like Aatrox?
Aatrox? Okay.
Ooh,
That's a good one.
That's a
That's
good
good,
pick.
yeah.
Oh shit, we
That's a
got
really
it.
good
This
pick.
guy's
Okay.
the goat.
Rob's
This guy's
the
the goat.
goat.
All right, I
All
changed
right.
my prediction. G7 wins tonight.
Yeah.
Everyone's just a big fan of being wrong. What the fuck? It's about time Lester gets his BOL chip.
All right.
Yeah.
Only
it
5
doesn't
people get to be on
come
DDG.
Who's this
This is
quote?
true.
I mean, I'm just gonna guess fucking Asol, right? Like who?
Yeah,
who
that's
else would be?
like
Asol or Soraka.
Okay, Rob, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
2-0. Can we see the 3-0? Can we see the 3-0 as was predicted?
Oh,
that's
it's another
Yasuo
easy one.
Q.
Yasuo?
Is it?
Nope.
That's
That's
not.
definitely-
No.
Yon.
Yanni,
no,
it's
no,
Yanni.
Yon.
Yo.
Oh, the different
Yo.
Yon.
Champ.
Oh, he choked. We got a series on our hands,
He
folks.
choked. Yeah.
Yeah, wait. It's 1-2 now. It's 1-2.
1-2.
Seraphine.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a free one.
It's 2-2.
It's
Holy shit, it's
2-2.
2-2.
It's actually
Wait, we're going to
Splash.
game 5. We're going to game
Silver
5.
Scapes, Silver
Game
Scapes, Silver
5.
Scapes.
Game 5. Come on.
All right.
Pool party
Singed.
cinch.
Singed. No. I got.
Rob said the skin.
No.
Get the fuck out of my face.
No.
He did say the skin. He did say it.
But that's not pool party
Gang,
singed.
I think
Is it
it's
not?
It's not.
What?
That's Surfer Singe, yeah.
Oh
That's
my
it.
god. Alright.
Oh
Okay,
no.
Lester
the
gets it.
Whoa.
Oh, Lester clutches up for once in his life.
Let's go.
He's not hiding behind his players anymore.
Pool
Let's go,
party
Lester.
My ass.
This is gonna be his
DDG
only
win.
win today.
DDG win today. Let's go. All right, I do think I need to
That was
go to
hype.
call my support though.
also-
I do actually need to call my support now to make sure this guy wakes up.
I would recommend going
That's
on mute for
insane.
that,
Skin's so
as we
old.
don't want any crazy things on the
Yes,
broadcast.
last time Kiwi said some very suspicious things when I called him. So
I would imagine so. That seems like a very average
did he-
conversation.
Did he use correct slurs?
yes, he did use correct slurs for me.
Good.
But okay,
Gotta make
I think we're done here.
He's growing up in the
Well,
group
thank
now.
you so much for coming over. We'll see you next time. Maybe next season. Maybe next. I don't know if there's anything after this. Who knows?
The
But-
winner's interview.
Oh, are we doing interviews for grand final?
For sure.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Hold up.
Because Troy and Brandy fan are ready to come on. We've already talked
Oh,
about.
they were
who's
saying
getting
they're gonna do
Oh.
winners. They're gonna do winners interviews.
Yeah, that's why Troy and Brandy fan are gonna be coming on.
Get him,
I
Rob.
guess they could also do losers for those two. Yeah, that's fine. Well,
Yeah,
Get him, Robert.
gang 7. Are you gonna apologize to us after the finals matchup too?
I don't apologize for shit, bro.
All right. Well, I'll be expecting the apology.
Nah, I don't do that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
You have to prove yourself right tonight, bud.
It'll be easy. But I also have to go meet with my team.
Well, thank you guys so much for coming over. Lesser, good luck calling your support. Rob, good luck with the match tonight. Vertigo, you trying to stay on by? We can have a bit of a chit chat on what some possible outcomes of this could be, what this could possibly mean for some other matchups later down the line, how future seasons could play out, or are you also going to head out with?
Oh. Yeah, I hate to do it, but scrim practice never waits for anyone, so I'm gonna have
Oh, for
BOL
sure.
up on my second monitor while I'm scrimming.
Yeah. See, if I'm
Well-
not here, he doesn't want to stay either.
You know what? That's very valid, Lesser.
Yeah,
You're a
I'm a-
very entertaining man. It has been my absolute pleasure to be able to be with the both of you throughout this entire season. Absolutely the light of my week. And Rob, thanks for coming on. I know you're a bit
Aw.
newer here, so definitely fun to have you along for the ride. It's been a pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going into the match in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere because this is it. Finals are here. Blue Otter Masters Division is upon us. And we'll see you all right after this break. Bye. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more after the Otter Talk, having a bit of fun, doing a little bit of trash talk, all of the good stuff. We're coming on by for this game. Up and coming, Drop Dead Gaming, already taken through the bans. We will be seeing their opponents, the ladder on the ban, looking to find their last option. See what they do go for. Feedonomics, how you doing?
I mean, I'm good, Cherry. It never feels bad to be on a finals cast. And we saw the next band come through. It is going to be the Gwyn. Gwyn top, very scary. Gwyn Shadow Flame, very scary. Just Gwyn, very good. Speaking of very good, Varus, also very good. Done saying words that start with V. Verily go, Cherry.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see you. As always, we saw you last week, and we got to see a little bit earlier in the day in that last bit of a segment. But coming on into the draft, we got to see the Varus locked in for Drop Dead Gaming. Certainly a pick that is formidable. You got to give him credit where credit is due when it comes down to it. You get the range. Matching it's going to be the Sever. We saw them having to match this in the first map of last week's series, I believe, when we saw Akuma Donuts running a Sivir with a Yuumi. So it really was an unconventional composition that they had to match, and we'll see how they can approach it coming into this week's matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I don't dislike the pick. A lot of things that Varus wants to do can get negated by the spell shield, at least initially. And then following that up with a Xin Zhao that instantly gets followed up with the Volibear Hover. Let's see if they lock it in.
Oh, that'll be an interesting one. We could see that possibly flex to the top side. Gonna be more likely in the jungle if they do run it. You get a bit of healing out of it as well as the shielding. So Volibear, a very good bruiser to lock in if you are gonna opt in for it. And yes, they will. The Xin Zhao, we've seen it so much here in the Masters Division. Jace instantly picked away. So we did see them hear them a little bit earlier on talking about possibly leaving that open. And it seems as if they're gonna be the team to pick it out in the end. So their Otter Talk conversations clearly did not adapt into how they were going to approach their bans and picks. So we'll see what there will be the response. I'd imagine you're going to want to go with a mid laner of your own, maybe a top side, if you want to really risk that this Jace is going up there. And it does seem like that's going to be the case, as they are going to lock in that Rumble.
I mean, we've seen in series in and series out in these playoffs how kind of oppressive Rumble can be in the top lane. Just super galaxying his way with all the missiles that he fires and stuff. And I do technically think, just because of the mages that never saw likes to play, or the mid laners that never saw likes to play, that I don't know if Jace really fits that style. I expect more of a control mage for the mid lane.
Yeah. I'd imagine Gang 7 Mirage, they're going to want to go for more AP mid, which is why I'm a little bit concerned over the Rumble pick, as it is a little bit concerning due to that fact that you have a lot of AP coming into this composition, as you're most likely going to want to match that Sivir with an AP-based support of its own, as Sivir works really well with that sustainability rather than the engaged supports that you might see, as Sivir really likes to poke. So the extra AP damage could possibly cause a bit of a deficit for him. However, I don't know if that's something you really do have to worry about, as you are going against a Jace and a Volibear who, the Volibear likely going to be building at least a little bit of anti-magic, as they want to get more healing and shield output. So that's definitely something that they are going to be looking towards. However, I'm not sure. I like the brand ban. I think that makes a lot of sense, as they're going to want to remove the option for it, and then they're going to go with the Lulu as well. So just banning out the supports, making sure they can pinch that pool. And, I mean, they were talking about it during that pre-show. They are scared of Boy Kisser. Boy Kisser is a player they don't want to match themselves against when they are on those comfortable champions. So if they can make sure that they kind of put a little bit of pressure towards their pool, that could possibly lead to them being able to take away map 1.
Yeah, I will say that, like, where I don't disagree that Sivir likes to poke, Sivir after level 6 does like to help their like backline engage, right? They love to help just initiate on things. And with the Nico kind of getting locked in here, you would think that might be the idea, is they basically just want to bowling ball through DDG. and then ooh, lock it in, lock it in, lock it in, lock it in, lock it in. Do it.
We got the main of Feedonomics himself.
Do it.
The
One of
Silas
them.
comes
I mean,
in
basically,
possibly.
yeah. Come on.
I
do
love
it.
the Silas. I think
Yeah,
you
lock
get
it in.
so
Thing you
much
never
engage
saw.
options.
You also, I mean, you have two good ultimates to take in every fight too, with Pop Blossom and or whatever the name of her ultimate's called, and the Equalizer, right? Like Xin Zhao's ultimate can come in a lot of handy. I think it scales really well with AP too. And then the Zillion will flatten out the support. So I do think I'm right. I do think it's going to be Jace that's held on to by the top laner, and Neversaw is going to be running the Silas.
I believe we never saw on the Silas last week as well, and they were a menace last week. Everything looked really good from them. The Azir was a little bit questionable. That was also something we mentioned earlier in the stream, and it was because how good they look on control mages, which makes sense because of the fact that a bunch of control mages were banned, as that being the Karma, as that being the Rise. Like, it makes a lot of sense for you to want to ban them out, as those are extremely volatile champions that if you put a player like a Neversaw on them, she's going to find absolute value out of it. On the opposite side, we will see the Orianna locked, so it is a lot of AP. It's exactly what one would expect. And the question is, will DDG be able to adapt to it? I think the answer that in most minds are going to be probably, as they just kind of have to like play from a poking range. If you're the Varus, there's not a whole lot of assassination options. If you are on Gang 7, excluding possibly the Nico, or yes. But besides that, it's like, I really like this composition from DDG. I think it's going to find a lot of value. On the opposite side, I think Gang 7, they're going to have to rely a lot on their mechanics alone, and I think that there's a good chance they can do it. They've always been looking good. They were the top of their division. They were a team that absolutely stomped through. Both teams have had best of fives go the distance so far, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see it here tonight as well. But DDG last week, they were not able to keep up the pressure. They won map 1, they won map 2, they went to a 5-map series despite that. And I think if they go to a similar situation here tonight, they might not have enough to really fuel the tank. And I mean, we'll just have to wait and see whether or not that's the case, whether or not they will close out in 3. I know when the players were talking, they said it was either going to be a 3-0 or it's going to go the distance to a 5-map series. I don't know about you, Feedonomics. I'm hoping for a 5-map series because I think that would be very entertaining for a grand final. However, I certainly don't want a grand finals because I have to catch a plane in like 12 hours. But that is just me.
Have you considered sleeping on the plane?
Very true. Very true.
I mean,
that might have to be the play.
We'll get into the logistics in it. We'll take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back for game 1 as soon as it's ready.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more. It's game 1. Grand finals are upon us. Big stuff in the works from both these teams as they've been practicing. They've been playing. The scrims have been going hard for both teams. A 0-39 win rate was what we were described earlier today. However, we'll see whether or not these teams are going to be able to overcome situations like that, bring themselves to a better spot. We've just discussed the comps in detail. We're getting straight on into the action now. We'll see who's going to be the team to come out on top.
I've been betrayed and lied to. Never saw is the one on Jace, and Evil Troy is top. I mean, I still get to see Silas played, and I guess that Jace plays better into Orianna than Silas does. At least early, but I'm still hurt, Cherry. I'm still hurt.
Why are you hurt?
Because I don't get to see Silas mid. But Silas top and taking the ultimate makes more sense, and it's a little bit more impacty, like, to be up there right now, though you can't roam bottom. It's fine. It's a good pick. I can't wait to see it.
Well, we'll see how this does end up interacting. Obviously, we take a bit of a look at the map. Possibly a bit more engagement's going to come down, and yes, a bit of damage is going to be found on to Mr. Kiwism. They're going to be down to about a half HP, and if you're able to get some good impact on as the Nico, you certainly are going to be in a good spot to be able to isolate that one. But realistically, you're going to have to play a little bit harder if you want to get a kill at that 1 minute 48 mark. Both teams certainly not going to want to let that go. This is a very tide-turning, tone-setting match. As if you lose the first one, yes, it's not over as this is a best of 5, but it certainly would set the pace for the rest of the series.
It definitely helps set tempo, right? It doesn't guarantee the win or anything like you were saying, but you know, it's just always nice to not be a game down. I would argue and think, but I don't know. We're getting level 2 in the bot lane. We can have a little bit more of a fight night. See if Boykisser can land the root before and then the poke. Good times had by all.
Well, on a plus note, it does seem as if Lesser was able to find their substitute, get them in, not force them into sleep, but we will see how that is going to be able to play out through this matchup. Obviously, that's Silas on the top side. Very unconventional compared to what you would expect from a Silas player. Evil Troy, though, we've seen them on tanks, we've seen them on fighters. We'll see how they can do on these assassins. Obviously, this is a player who you really cannot take for granted. They've constantly been on the top of the leaderboards, and we will be seeing the gank already coming through onto the top side, forcing the respect out of this jungler. As if you fight this, if you're Evil Troy, yes, there's a possibility for you to be able to find one, but that outplay potential is just not there this early on within the series.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, just got to play safe with his dashes and stuff. Never saw taking an unlucky tower shot there. Kiwi hasn't been able to really land the stun yet, but we'll see if that comes within time. The other thing I noticed is Neversaw is like way out of mana right now. Needs to get that back so they can start stacking the tier.
And I'd like to see this mid find possibly a bit of aggression, but the flash is going to be there. Instantly, Neversaw's in a bad spot. They're going to be hit, but they force out the flash over the wall. Still, we do see Evil Lobster in the 1v1, able to possibly find it, and yes, they will. Finding the first. Neversaw goes in for the engagement, but Optic Waffles still reigns supreme. Neversaw's going to keep the engagement up. They constantly are fighting, but it's just this little bit of poke. Nothing's going to be there by the looks of it, but they might just find it. Optic Waffles trying to find this kill, but as the turret is there, they might get it, but yes, they will. Optic Waffles barely able to get it. There's going to be the feats of warfare. Still, there's only one player remaining. Brawny Fam going to be the last on the line, but it's not looking like they're going to die too easily. They force out the flash. They force out the shield. Barely unable to find the kill. Oh my god, absolutely tragic. And Boykisser barely scraping them.
I mean, you know, TDG is, That was a bunch of stuff that just happened there. I do like Evil Troy just kind of going in and out with the E and W combo here to just get some easy poke autos in. But, you know, like I was saying earlier, Rumble's oppression's just too rough, and I don't know if Evil Troy's going to be able to survive this game.
Definitely going to be difficult. That's for sharp. The engagement's already there. Evil Troy diving under turret. and they will be able to find the Supreme kills. But unfortunately, oh my god, the flash is going to be there, barely escaping. And Steel City Warrior going to be able to clean up the kill.
Yeah, but like you were saying, outplay potential of the tower being the biggest hero there. Getting a bunch of damage out on Xin Zhao. Really good flash, really good stun by Evil Troy to keep himself alive. And then engage long enough to at least trade. But
Aren't we?
The Optic Waffles is really scary right now for sure, but this is a gank.
It's definitely seeming as if Optic Waffles is in a rough spot. The HP is going to be starting to diminish. However, with the support coming in from Boykister, they're going to be right back and ready to rally behind the troops. 9.3k cold going up against 10,000. We heard from Lesser. Very much confidence coming in for his team. He was extremely ecstatic about how they were going to be able to approach this game, as he believed that the division that they were going to be playing up against in that Mount Targon, it was a very rough situation, he believed, for them, as they thought that there was a lot of inexperienced teams there, and due to that, it wouldn't matter. Their oppressive nature would be able to find it. However, already, we see Gang 7 Mirage flipping the script that they set themselves. And at this point, we will be seeing the equalizer coming out from the side of Evil, and it's absolutely Evil with how well they're able to find that kill, demolishing any expectations that this Rumble would be able to stay ahead, as they were 1-0.
Yeah, that was just a really good engage. DDG gets ahead in gold for a little bit here. Ooh, did Neversaw steal that? I think that popped up to Neversaw. Yeah, it did. Thank you, watching stream on my second monitor so I can catch a replay. Really sick play by them there, just to yoink a little bit of gold away from Shishuk.
Currently, we are still so early on in this game, yet there's been such a bloodbath already approaching us. Currently, Gang 7 Mirage, they're definitely going to be in a decent spot with this gold advantage, despite being lesser on the kills, but they don't have that Drake. And as that is a Hex Tech, it does give that ability haste, which most teams are going to be very just thankful for. And as they have that, you'd imagine that they're going to be able to leverage that into a soul, possibly later on in the series. We've seen Drop Dead Gaming being very proficient when it comes to their souls before. However, this definitely seems to be a very different change of pace.
I mean, you know, let's wait and see 2 or 3 of these dragons go away before we make some crazy accusations. We also have another objective about to pop up in Grubbies, which just spawned, so we'll have to see who postures to take those now. Though Boykister is following up Shishuk in the jungle. They look like they're looking for people, but it does seem like Evil Lobster is going to go for these grubs right now. Maybe? Yes? No? No? We're thinking about it. There we go. Alright.
So Grubs started this. I mean, this should be a free objective. I mean, we're tied for objectives right now. So, you know, maybe you spoke a little too soon. The level up for Neversaw is pretty smart there.
Well, I wasn't dissing Drop Dead Gaming. I was just saying, like, you know, it's been interesting seeing them not go for those first Drakes, because before we've seen them very proficient on it. However, Gang 7 Mirage, they took that very simply. I think it was like 6 minutes they already had that in their bag.
Sneeko with a creepo didn't quite work out. The skill didn't land. Volibear does not decide to fight in the jungle.
Can we talk about the fact that this Jason Vars have like the exact same build going on right now?
No, I hadn't even looked at that. Hold on. Nice.
Literally, serrated Dirk, both got Tear of the Goddess. Absolutely just mirroring each other.
Troy's in trouble. Troy might die here.
Ooh, yeah, they are going to be forced out the flash. Do they die as well? The consolation flash out. Oh my god, absolutely tragic. Over towards the Lobster, though, coming straight on back into the fight. They are going to be able to hit the splash into the stun. Steel City not finding anything off of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it more just really heads up play on Evil Lobster to make sure they ran up there to get that kill back.
Though, I don't know, man. like Roa's the way to go, but it doesn't make you that strong whenever the other person has anti-heal and burn.
It is a little bit interesting to me, at least, that already we've seen this Silas with an item, and yet that Rod of Ages isn't being matched with practically anything on the other side. Obviously, they're at like almost the exact same amount of gold. However, I mean, you've got the anti-heal, but besides that, I mean, I don't think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that these are going to build into an item together.
No. No, they don't. But I do think that they're both pretty impressive they're pretty useful in dealing with Silas.
Yeah, obviously I believe it's the W. Obviously, you get that extra bit of damage when it comes to being able to heal yourself and deal to the opponent. So realistically, that output is going to be very minimized when you have the Oblivion Orb. But on the opposite side, man, this Aegis Rod, or Rod of Ages, it's already starting to stack. It's already about to get you that extra level in 10 minutes. So realistically, that's going to be a big advantage for the Silas if they can get to that position. Meanwhile, I mean, the Rumble's going to be playing relatively good in lane, but even right now, they're still not doing too great where they are 10 CS down. But we are going to be seeing our first fight for the Drake, possibly our first team fight of the match, and we are going to be seeing this Varus over on the opposite side of the pit. They do have the flash if they do tend to go on in, but already we see the engagement. There's the ultimate coming in from the Volibear. However, they're still going to be in a bad spot. The Drake gets taken without any real pushback from Gang 7 Mirage, and now it's just going to be them pushing in the mid lane. Seems like they want to try and fight for possibly just an extra team fight. I'm not totally sure what the option's going to be here, but we do see Neversaw going for the engagement. DLC Warrior. It's such a low HP line, but they are just going to be able to back out without any real fighting.
No, I think that because they knew Evil Troy wasn't going to be able to teleport down, they decided to not fight. We're going to go look for the steal. And whenever Evil Lobster realized it wasn't there, they just all decided to scatter instead of, trying the 50-50 and not even getting it. So it was a really well played situation here, and so is this. The stuns are layered. Nico. Oof.
Boy kisser.
They're not done.
Finding nothing, and it's going to be leading into even more of a massacre. Evil Lobster going to be taken down to a bit of a low HP line. However, the rest of the team still going to be healthy, and they're moving on in. Neversaw coming in from the top side of the jungle, volleying the arrows, looking to go on in. Neversaw's going to be the first one into the fray, but as Optic Waffles cancels their back, they know they must find a way out. The Volibear ultimate is going to be online in about 20 seconds or so, but Evil Troy on the other side of the map looking to possibly find a kill, but everyone suffocating around this bot side. And there's going to be the corrupted arrows. Branny Fan finds the first kill. Optic Waffle's going to be down for the count. Ultimate's going to come in from this Zillion. And at this point, with Kiwi able to get that ult off, it leads to a double kill coming in from Branny Fan. And oh my lordy lord.
Branny Fan with the really good skill shots here. Landing the end of that corrupting tentacles there. I can't think that wasn't max range, right? Like, somebody can correct me on that if they feel any differently. But I feel like that was the tip of the hand, basically to land that, to get followed up with like the E to get the first kill, and then out of nowhere off the map just shows up with the second Q to also secure the kill on a loon, I think. So really, really well done. All that CC in the fight by Lobster, just setting up Kiwi to land there is really well layered. So, DDG flexing a little bit there. They've got a 3k gold lead.
Currently, we are going to be seeing a bit of an invade coming in on the bot side of the jungle, as there is going to be both the Nico and the Xin Zhao making their way in, piloting themselves over, looking to course their action. Right now, it's going to be a bit of a deficit in terms of the player count over towards the mid side. Ultimate's going to come in from Optic Waffles. However, they do not find any real value off of it. A bit of poke damage, if you will, but that's about all. Maneuvering themselves back down towards the bot side, we are going to be seeing Brandy Fan possibly in a bad spot as their Zillion is maneuvering towards mid, looking to pilot down in to a bit of a 2v1 position inside of the mid area, possibly going to look to challenge over towards this Herald. Is going to be up and ripe for the picking. But currently, it's only going to be the volley bear of Evil Lobster looking to fight there.
Well, no. You got Neversaw that showed up, and Shashuk is looking for Shipton, but I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, Rift Herald's just gone. Oof. That poke from Neversaw is gonna get so much scarier when that Manamune is finished stacking.
And we are going to be seeing Evil Lobster buying out the Phantom Dancer by the looks of it, so going for a bit more attack speed. And currently, it is a decent lead for the side of Drop Dead Gaming, as they are at a 3k gold deficit, and they have not even dropped that Herald. And I'd imagine if you are Evil Lobster, you're going to want to try and drop that down in the mid side. However, they're going to put it top instead, looking to shove this tower, take it instantly, find a consolation kill to go with it. If you're Steel City Warrior, 1 kill would be amazing. Being able to find your life would be a miracle, but it seems as if neither of those are options available to him. And instead, Evil Troy's going to be able to find the kill, flashing on in. We will be seeing Boykisser taking 2 shots from the turret power, still staying alive, staying healthy. Showshock's going to be taking the heap of the damage, but nobody's there to follow up on it.
Yeah, just, you know, thanks, turret. You're the biggest friend. Accidentally getting hit by the bouncing blades. That sucks. Like, just get hit by the kick of a thing and almost die from that. I haven't looked at items in a minute. So Essence Reaver, Hubris.
So we talk about this Hubris, and possibly is going to be a little bit of Hubris coming on in with so much aggression. Flashing over the wall, we will be seeing Showshot going to be going in onto the Zillion. They force the revive out, but Evil Troy absolutely massacring onto Optic Waffle. Now it's going to be Showshot hit by the sun, looking to go for more. It's going to be Neversaw to find the kill. Absolutely absurdity. And it might have been Hubris from the side of that King 7 Mirage team. We were talking about some of those Aegis things earlier, but that's still just going to be another kill going over to the side of Drop Dead Gaming. They've absolutely taken this first game by storm.
Yeah, and another... I mean, the gold lead is just slowly getting bigger and bigger, right? Evil Troy does need to be a little careful, though. Also, Rumble is trundling down the lane. Decides to recall. I don't know. What do you expect? Who do you see? Like, I mean, DDG looks good, really good right now. But like, if this game goes much longer, do you still think it's in DDG's hands, or do you think that?
Well, low-key, I feel like either team could still win this. I mean, the turret disadvantage isn't really there in favor of Drop Dead Gaming just yet, as they haven't taken a mid or bot lane turret, as they've only taken the top one. So there's always that chance that you have that breathing room if you are on Gang 7 Mirage. It's certainly going to be a big mountain you're going to have to climb. However, I think currently, yes, there's the 5k deficit. Yes, that's a very big thing to overcome. And yes, that is something that really you can't take too lightly. However, if we see like Drop Dead Gaming kind of fumble a team fight like what we did kind of see before in some previous series, I think there is always that chance that Gang 7 Mirage can make a comeback. And I think it is definitely a possibility that we'll see that. Right now, I mean, Drop Dead Gaming is playing amazingly. They're isolating picks towards the top side of the map, possibly, with their both being the support and the top laner over there. However, on the opposite side, a mid lane and a top, or I guess a jungle, are going to be very impactful. Well, currently, though, they're both going to back. They're not going to go for too much of an engagement. Which I don't know how much I like, is there's not a whole lot of breathing room for this Rumble and Nico. So, really, you could probably find some kills over there.
Quite possibly, but, you know, what do you give up for it, right? You don't want to give up any lane or anything like that. That's why...
That is true.
You know, or CS. Like, that would all suck in the grand scheme of things in competitive play.
Currently, though, we are going to be seeing that Otacon spawning up in about 60 seconds or so. Realistically, neither team's going to want to go for it too soon. I think that there's the chance Drop Dead Gaming could possibly make a stand for it. However, that lethality is going to be super strong when it comes to finding kills. We are going to be seeing the Riftmaker bot out, and Evil Troy has found that 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages. Currently, the lots of players starting to Gather starting to rallying over towards this bot side of the map. Instant aggression comes out. It's going to be Evil Troy finding out the first. Stun's going to be there from their support, but Mr. Kiwi's going to be able to get that resurrection on top. Simply put, it's an absolute massacre. Oh my god, the aggression's there, flashing over the wall. They still go in. Now it's going to be Alone making the comeback, finding the shutdown, forcing the flash over from the side of Brawny Fan, and they keep on falling. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Evil Troy's trying to make any type of consolation for their team. However, Boykisser gives them nothing to work with, and they still keep going. They still use the Hextech Rocket Belt, invest into the fight. They go for the clone, but Evil Troy predicts it completely. Going over the wall once more. Evil Troy gonna have to deal with the spell shield, but they don't care. They keep pushing. They keep falling their way right on into the aggression and find the kill.
Yeah, that's just Silas things. That's it. Silas is fun. Otacon's also gonna fall over. Like, you're gonna get another turret now. I understand that mid's still not gone yet, but you have a tier 2 to no turrets. So
yeah, and Otacon's dead now. So
yep.
we might
things looking up. Yeah, things looking up on DDG.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, what are some good things here? I mean, you got to Drake up on him, so you do have that possibly if you can get to a late game position, be able to 50-50 for an Elder, maybe, possibly, but we have seen DDG lose Elder and still win, I believe, so realistically, I don't think that's going to matter in the grand scheme of things if this game continues at the pace it's going, because we've seen all these players really start stepping up, even though the scoreline isn't that dominant for him. I mean, Neversaw has been an absolute, like, unit. She's been on a tear when it comes to isolating that Orianna of Optic Waffles, when it comes to pushing on to somebody like Alune. Like, realistically, I think that you can't give this player any discredit. As we were talking about it earlier, they're really good on the control mages. However, it just doesn't have to be that. She's been amazing on everyone. And we will be seeing Alune taking the early damage, already at around 8% HP, which is absolutely tragic. Just from one player alone, just putting in the poke damage, Alune's already at such a rough spot, which is tragic to see, realistically, because we did see Akumo, oh my god, that's tragic, baiting out the ultimate from the Nico, completely gonna be stunning it up, not giving him anything to work with, and Neversaw goes in, bringing him down half HP.
Oh, that was such a good, like, double, like, Q from Kiwi. Lands the double stun, stuns up 2 people, at least, maybe 3, nullifies the ultimate. Oh. Feels good to be a DDG fan at the moment if you are one. That's all I'm saying. The engage is going in.
Oh, Evil Lobster gonna be doing a lot. The Equalizer comes out. They still get knocked up. Mr. Kiwism's gonna be able to find the first. They keep on going in. Resurrection's gonna be there. Neversaw finds the kill. And they keep on pushing. Evil Lobster off to their death. They make the return. And they find the kill. Optic Waffle's gonna be the next target, possibly. But it's only gonna be the sport of Mr. Kiwism. So it's definitely not a player who is going to be too easily to find kills. But right now, Evil Troy on the opposite side of the map, they're going to go in and they're connecting those skill shots. They're connecting their prowess. And they find the turret, they find the damage, and now they're going to go in for the inhib.
Yeah, I mean, and they're going to get it fairly easy, right? Like, Silas takes towers and objectives pretty quickly just because of the passive. Putricide, really good. Like I was saying earlier, though, I guess the 2 good things that you're looking at right now, if you're G7, is A, the game isn't over yet, and B, you only have to deal with Evil Troy on Silas 1 game this series, and you've already gotten it out of the way.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but I don't think we saw Evil Troy and Silas at all last week. Like, this is a new pickup, I think. I mean...
Well, since only one person can play Silas, like, in a series. Yeah, no, we didn't. You're right. Good call out.
I just don't think we've ever seen Evil Troy on Silas, though. I mean, I might be wrong, but this is just absurd behavior. I mean, they're already at 3 items, about to get Zanya's Hourglass as well. Like, Evil Troy, certainly the MVP of Game 1 alone. Maybe even going to be the whole series off of this performance. but realistically, everyone here has been playing at 100%. We've seen Evil Lobster doing some great stuff. Flash over the wall. Kiwis them. Possibly going to be in a rough spot, but they will be able to get out without too much effort. And, you know, you got to give him credit where credit is due. The clone's going to be able to face check the bush, but the root is there. Neversaw gets hit, but the double stun comes out. We're just going to put up a bit of pressure, make him in an awkward position. 10 more kills than their opponents, 10,000 gold more than their opponents. Clone's going to come out, but instant predictions. Boy Kisser getting hit once more. No clone to run back on. And Evil Troy flashing on in. We see more. They keep going. Neversaw's going to be there to back him up, and they keep on finding it. Absolute obliteration. And Drop Dead Gaming not stopping, not halting. The train keeps moving.
Does he have Zanyas? If he has Zanyas, he's gonna go in. He's got Zanyas. He's going in.
Oh my god! And Neversaw's gonna find another. Getting a triple, possibly. It's just gonna be the Baron. And that's going to do it. Drop Dead Gaming taking the second tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Possibly going to keep on going. We will be seeing Neversaw back up. However, the support and bot lane. Drop Dead Gaming keeps their momentum alive. Teleport's going to come in from Neversaw as well. Continuously pushing in. We will be seeing the ultimate taken. Evil Troy's going to go in, flashing away. It's going to be another ult coming in. Uno, Dose, Neversaw finds a double. And they keep on pushing. No, no faltering, no falling down. It's Drop Dead Gaming taking map 1, 26 minutes, 36 seconds on the clock. And if you're on the side of Gang 7 Mirage, that's got to be an absolute eye-awakener. Because that was absolutely horrible. If you're on their side, none of them were able to put up too much of a performance. We saw the Orianna of Optic Waffles putting some kind of pressure in the early game. But after that, I mean, they didn't win a single team fight.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at mid and top's performance, right? Like, that's going to be a really hard kind of climb to even get back over if that kind of continues in game 2 or game 3. And I mean, you know, hats off. I thought that it was going to be the other way around. I didn't think that Neversaw and Evil Troy's playstyles fit one and the other champions, but I was obviously wrong. Happy that I was wrong. It was fun to watch. I love fun things to watch. Troy really popped off there. Like once Neversaw finished the Yomus in the Manamune, then it was so much damage if they ever landed their EQ combo. I mean, but Steel City had a good early game against Silas, so it's there, it's possible. Like they had the quick 3 kills to start the match off, right? So, you know, they just have to kind of bounce back from this and think back to the confidence when they kind of had the first few kills and ride off of that success for the rest of the series.
I will say this as a compliment to Gang 7 Mirage. It isn't like game 1 of last week where Neversaw had 40,000 damage. So, you know, she did do a little bit less of that absolute obliteration that one would have seen last week. But, you know, we'll see what can come from her in game 2. We'll see what the rest of the team can bring to the table, as well as all of those players were firing on all cylinders. So currently, it's going to be 1-0. Drop Dead Gaming have taken the advantage. They've taken game 1 in an absolute storm. We'll see whether or not Gang 7 Mirage can weather it. But we're going to go to a quick little break here, and we will be back with a draft right after this. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Join you once more. We got game number 2 on the cards. Obviously, Drop Dead Gaming, if you were here for the last game, it was absurd. 26 minutes or so. They were able to take it. If you weren't there for the last game, well, we can get you a quick little recap. Obviously, as this is Fearless Draft. Seeing to the left, seeing to the right, that Fearless Draft will be shown as the characters. We can note the fact that those top and mid sides really put in some effort. The volley bear from the side of Drop Dead Gaming as well was ridiculously absurd. Obviously, in the bot side, we saw a lot of impact coming in from the Zillion in terms of the resurrections, and the Vars was able to gun down everyone from around that 100% HP to around that 50. So, really, everyone on that team was absolutely absurd. And we will just see what these teams do have in store for us. We do see the ADCs most likely getting picked up. Obviously, there's the chance that that Sun is in support position. Obviously, there's that chance that that Ziggs is in the mid position. However, realistically, they're both going to be in the ADC. Maybe we'll see some crazy stuff come out, but so far, it's nothing too absurd.
Yeah, I mean, pretty strong picks. Also, Ziggs and less so Senna, but Ziggs definitely pushes well. With that ability, once the turret gets to X amount of HP, you can just W it with the det pack and blow it up. Following it up with the Jarvan, so also kind of, just a little bit of synergy with these two ultimates to kind of start off. I like the picks.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, that's going to be absurd, especially if they can trap somebody like that Senna. Like, they're going to get hit by that Jarvan ultimate, can't leave. Oh, well, there's that craziness we were talking. Oh, that's a fun one.
They
That's
really going to do this? Is
I
this
think that's already
happening?
locked. Oh, that is.
We locked it in, chat.
Is
that a Shaco jungle? Is that an evil lobster on an evil mannequin?
Because
it's evil Troy on Ambessa. I know that one for sure.
Yeah. So I think that it's either like Senna, Shaco, bot lane, or the jungle is going to be locked. But honestly, I think that kind of makes sense to an extent, because if you want to destroy that Ziggs, that might be a good way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get the counter pick, like, Renekton's going to be the top pick against Ambessa. We're going to see support bans here because G7 is going to say, yeah, we think you're going to have to take Shaco, either you're not taking him support. We don't believe you. Leona getting banned out. We'll see what DDG decides to try and take out here. See if they try to take out a mid pool. No, they're also saying bet it is the support. Now G7's got to think about this next ban.
I think we saw this exact top matchup last week, didn't we? Ambessa versus Renekton. Well, that's a fun little rematch coming in. Obviously, if you're on side Drop Dead Gaming. Oh, was it?
I think Troy was playing the Renekton if that was the matchup. Yeah.
Huh. Well, the more you learn. But we will see what does end up coming about. Obviously, we are going to be getting that Taric and Soraka banned out. So 2 different supports than what we saw in game 1 to be banned. However, it is the same situation, it's same philosophy from the side of Drop Dead Gaming, as they want to ban out those supports as their second phase, which makes a lot of sense. The opposite side in Gang 7 Mirage, they're going to do the exact same. Going to be banning out 2 supports, however, more on the engaged side, with it being that Nautilus, with that being that Leona. And they're going to pull out the Bard. So, we've seen a lot of Bard recently. Gotta admit, we saw it last week. We saw it the week before. Almost all the playoffs, we've been seeing Bard. And we also saw this Thresh come out last week. So, definitely an interesting pick. I imagine that's going to be securing Senna in that bot lane position, having that Thresh support. And we'll just see how they are going to end up playing it out.
Hopefully they don't fight with each other in lane. This isn't going to be a lore-accurate bot lane. My immersion. We'll have to see what they pick and then what is set up for the counter pick, because it is going to most likely be the mid laners that are locking in the last 2 picks here.
To be honest,
I could see Victor.
I don't
Oh,
love. Ooh,
Alkali. Locking in the
I don't.
Akali here.
I don't like this. I'm gonna be honest. I think that Dropped in Gaming's comp is a little bit wacky for me.
What makes you think this comp is wacky?
Well, not even just the fact there's a Shaco and an Akali, but like their bot lane doesn't really do a whole ton of damage. There's not really a whole lot of damage anywhere on this team except for Evil Troy in the top side. So like, I guess they go like Shaco AP, not lethality, which might make sense. So, And then on the other side, like nobody's gonna really be killable too easily, as they have the Jarvan 4, Renekton, and they have that Bard, which are all gonna be super tanky. I I think that we're gonna be seeing at least 4 maps, solely based off the composition. But who knows? Maybe Drop Dead Gaming has a plan in mind, and maybe they'll be able to shake my words against me.
Shake your words against you, huh?
Shake my words against me, yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. Fair
Get it,
enough.
guys, get it? Cause
No,
like,
stop. No, don't give
like-
this to him. Prod, go to break, go to break,
like-
go to break, cut
like,
to break.
like
cut the
guys,
camera.
all right, yeah.
Beat.
Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
returning from before game number 3, we are at game number 2. So maybe we'll see that come to a conclusion. Maybe we'll see a longer series, a prolonged event for this grand finals. Obviously, this is going to be something you wouldn't expect to be ending in 3 maps, as both of these teams had nearly perfect records in those main seasons and have constantly been at the front foot of the Masters division in the Blue Water League. However, obviously only one team can come out on top. Only one team can find that finishing line, and we'll see how this does go into play. Obviously, as we take a look at the map, both teams are playing very aggressive over towards the bot side of this river. And we'll see how this does end up going. I don't think anybody on this blue side has been spotted out yet. There's going to be the face check. Double stun comes out. There's going to be the engage, but they still get so much damage on the line. Immediately, we get to see this Bard starting to run away. First blood gets found. It's going to be Neversaw to be able to find it. Flashing on in, they go away. But Neversaw is such a low HP line. They're going to fall to the ground. They want to get more. They're going to be able to do it. It's going to be Optic to go to fall. But still, it's not over. Mr. Kiwism going to be falling next. And they're still taking the kills.
This lobster's kind of in trouble here now. Like, that's a lot of vision waste. Like, used in all of that. That was a really fun start to something beautiful, basically. What I did notice there is Lobster was getting a lot of... Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, wow. That was very rude by Boy Kisser. That was I would have been mad. Man, what I was gonna say is the Jack in the Boxes so far have been placed super well. Like, they've been putting in work.
I was a little bit concerned, thinking that this composition wouldn't be able to find too much success. However, they've clearly been able to prove me wrong, at least on the account of them being able to get all this damage on in. However, Gang 7 Mirage has been doing a great job. Mr. Kiwism's going to be at such a low HP line, and they might actually fall down here, and yes, they will. There's the Feats of Warfare taken off the board.
He definitely, my mind's telling me no. But my body's telling me yes, because he took that Q very well. You know, he landed the Q, took the Q, got taken for it. But you live and you learn. What I did notice was that Evil Troy and Neversaw both got the kills in that little skirmish in the beginning of the game. So the two people that you want to have them on the most.
Currently, we're going to be seeing a bit of an engagement regarding Neversaw in the mid side. Going to be putting down their smoke screen, looking to possibly going a bit aggressive, and they are going to be able to find a decent amount of damage, able to equalize that HP line. We'll see whether or not any Waffles are going to be able to try and find anything, obviously. In the jungle, we will be getting to note a bit of a sneaky positioning from some of these players over on the side of Gang 7. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to really find any advantageous positions off of this, with this Shaco, Evil Lobster going to be playing around. Probably spotted them out by now. Not totally sure on that regard, but currently they got the Bard over here to really just make sure they are not going to be having any pushback from the Evil Lobster, as they are currently 0-2. Taunt comes out. Neversaw is going to be going in, but there's going to be the hook coming in from the Thresh, and Neversaw is going to be able to find the next kill, equalizing it 3 kills to 3, equalizing gold as well. However, the Feats of Warfare, not something you can take back. So, Gang 7, they're going to be in a good spot regardless, as they have so many players massacring up towards the top side of the map. Going on over. Evil Troy's going to be able to stay alive. This is actually... Oh my god. Steel City Warrior. Way too overzealous. And that might be a bit of hubris, as we remember seeing it last game. The item, it's also going to be the emotion. And Gang 7 keeping their toes on up. However, the gold lead is starting to diminish.
Yeah, that was that was impressive. Just a little, like, I don't know. It was a really good refillable pot proc on Ambessa's play. Maybe even a biscuit to keep them just at the least bit of health to sneak out of that as they get the upper hand on this engage. Still, even with the extra little poke at the end there from him. Lobster.
Oh, the flash is going to be there, but Evil Lobster Gonna be called out eventually. However, nothing is really gonna be done to deal with them. Still though, Evil Troy under this tower. Gonna be having the minions start to crash in, and we'll see how they do end up dealing with that. Currently, the real win condition you gotta play for if you're a Gang 7 Mirage is gonna be that Ziggs. They are somebody who you really cannot doubt and you cannot underestimate, because we've seen Alune time and time again being able to get decent value, and now that they are 2-0-1 with that lost chapter online, it's certainly going to be a similar spot to how this game has been progressing. Drake is going to be up.
Yeah, starting to get taken early, like again. And this is not going to get met with any resistance. Not that you really should, with 3 people sitting on it and you not having everybody there. Huh.
An early Drake will be taken, and at this point, you gotta imagine that Gang 7 Mirage is gonna be pretty happy with how this game has been going. We'll see the once more coming on in. Boy Kisser at such a strong position they've been in. Not gonna be there anymore, as they are 0-4, being able to participate in every single kill across the map. Magical Journey being forced out of them. And now they will be going in for a back. It seems as if their Ziggs is here to hold the line, though. Not going to be going in for too much. Neversaw is going to be hit by that taunt. Still, though, as the minions clash on into each other, you'd imagine that both teams are going to really want to try and keep their distance as they play from that melee range.
Yeah, and can I get a stack watch really quick, Prod? Not that you know, Bronny's going to have too many, but 15. We're almost to our first like threshold break, right? Like, and it'll get a little easier as we get to 40, and then 40 will turn into 80, and then 80 will be 120, and the game will be over before then, but still. I doing a really good job at getting stacks in this early game. We're 7 minutes in, and we're already almost to 20 stacks, so, you know, and we're not behind in CS either. Like, Senna's in a good spot. I think that the extra kill trade for Ambessa is even in her favor. Over for Evil Troy. We're winning in mid lane now. I don't know. Everything's looking up Millhouse on the side of DDG for sure.
Currently, Neversaw is going to be in a pretty rough spot as they do have to get out, but they will be able to use that taxi. But Neversaw is going to be going in, isolating the one against Boy Kisser, forced back by Alune, but it's not going to be for long. The bomb's going to be able to knock them away, but there's going to be the public execution up towards the top side, looking to make their way out, and they will be able to do so. As the dust settles, a bit of an aggressive stance being taken from Steel City Warrior, but it isn't going to be met with too much resistance, as both teams are going to be going in once more towards a clash in the jungle. Still, it seems as if the Sentinel's going to be able to keep them alive, but Mr. Kiwism somehow stays just for a little bit longer, but the ultimate from that Ziggs is going to be a little bit of an overkill. Evil Lobster's going to go find another. Neversaw's going to be able to get one of their own. Still sticking alive somehow. The Bard unable to find the kill. Boy Kisser going to be really kicking themselves for that one, allowing them to get away. And maybe not allowing them, because at this point, is Renekton moving on in as well. Neversaw is going to be falling one way or another, most likely. Yes, they will. But it might also lead to Steel City Warrior possibly getting taken down of their own regard. Never mind. Giving up on the fight, which possibly going to be a good spot, as Boy Kisser was right there to trade him out if they so did need. But realistically, that's going to be a better lane spot for the side of Drop Dead Gaming in the top side, as well as possibly in the bot lane. Well, maybe not in the bot lane, actually, with this wave crashing on in, but we'll see how Drop Dead Gaming does approach this.
Bronny's got to watch out to not get stuck against the wall. Good flash comes out to save themselves, just to be on the safe side. I don't know why we're taking a tower shot top, Evil Troy. Alright. The bot lane's back together. The boys are back.
Currently, we get to see a bit of the map, and it seems as if we might be getting Evil Lobster contesting towards the Grubs. It's definitely a possibility, and something that would match how this game did script itself last map, but currently they are just kind of biding their time, clearing out their jungle, as they are in a decent advantage compared to their opponent in terms of clear. In terms of kills, they are a little bit lower, as they do have 4 kill participation over on the side of Zozu. And meanwhile, Evil Lobster is only at 3 KP. but they do have less deaths, so it does give them more time for their clear as well. So you really do have to trade those wins where you can get them, and Neversaw's going to be able to keep clearing out these wave. They do have their Thresh moving over. Mr. Kiwism's going to be allowed to start maneuvering over, and they possibly are going to be able to catch out this Bard in the back lines of their jungle. We'll see whether or not that's going to be the case, whether or not they'll be able to find a bit of extra information regarding where they can place those wards, get that extra vision, and we're just going to move over to the mid lane once more, and we are going to be seeing Optic, Waffles back in a good spot, looking to possibly fight over towards the top side of the jungle. We get to see Evil Troy making a bit of a contention over towards this wave, possibly going to be calling for Evil Lobster to maneuver themselves up as well, but currently they are just going to be making those grubs their own.
Borrowing the grubbies. Also, Drake's going to spawn back up, so it does look like we're trading Drake for grubs, which would be better if we weren't already down a dragon.
And the 2 dragon deficit certainly would be upsetting.
Double so when it's a red Drake, right? Is that what it was? Or am I crazy?
I believe it's going to be a Wind Soul.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
But currently we are going to be getting a bit of... Oh, it's Chemtech. Oh, that sucks. Well, I guess Drop Dead Gaming.
Ooh,
you know,
the
it's not the end of the world.
works.
Oh, gonna be dodging out on the Senna stun. There's gonna be both players going golden from this Bard. Instant aggression found. But the ultimate's gonna be the hero's journey. Maneuvers its way
forward
on
there.
in. At this point, Mr. Kiwism's all but taken down to the ground. Looks like there's a couple people starting to maneuver themselves down, looking to possibly rotate in, but as they see Mr. Kiwism already touch the floor, they're going to make their way back up to their respective lanes, knowing that there's nothing much they can do to really get any extra damage on into the bot side of the map.
Neversaw might be able to get first break, but it looks like the teleport kind of stopped that for now.
Yeah. Evil Troy up towards the top side, possibly able to do something. There is not going to be the ultimate available if you are on the side of Steel City Warrior. So they currently do have to play a little bit more careful and a little bit more conservatively, rather than going for their more usual prosperous aggressive stance that has been working out time and time again for them. But Neversaw possibly being a little bit too aggressive, able to use that Thresh as a taxi once more to be able to get their way back on outside of the lane and possibly just go for a back.
You mean go back into the lane?
Oh. I didn't get the joke, but...
There wasn't a joke, they just came back
then
into
why
the
did you,
lane!
like, just say lane? Why do you say lane that loud?
What?
Huh. I thought there was, like, a punchline there. Well...
What? I
guess
can't
there was no
explain bits
punchline.
to this. You prod, help me.
Well... We're going to see a bit of an engagement over towards the bot side of the map. Brainfan's going to be able to connect the route, but they are going to be completely annihilated. Despite that, the pushback might be here. Neversaw's going to be going flash into Rocket Belt, into the damage. Absolutely absurd, but they're in a 3v2. Going to be hitting the sun. They want to go in aggressively, but Mr. Kiwism is going to be able to hit too. They ult away. Still, though, Neversaw goes on into the Jarvan 4 ult. It's going to be separated, isolated, but they get out eventually. Still, Neversaw is going to be coming on in, able to drop their E to get that range away from their opponents. The magical journey is good, but it's going to be the tower that does the damage.
Neversaw, don't do it. Neversaw, don't do it. It's not worth it.
Playing with fire right now. Do they make it happen? They don't have that ult online. I think it's a bit too early, too overzealous. And they might not even try it, but the teleport's coming in on the bot side of the map. Possibly going to be calling out once more. Neversaw's going to be there. And they need that Shaco to come down immediately. Can they do it? No, the answer is going to be no, but they do get out in the end eventually. Neversaw's not even that low HP, so I don't know how that ended up going, but currently...
They smoke shrouded and then sidestepped everything is what kind of was going down as we got mapped away. By automap. That's what went down there. Alright. Can I get a stack watch? Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, we're getting closer to the 40 threshold. I can't remember what makes her a really good ADC.
We're going to be seeing the public execution taken online, and Evil Troy's going to be having to deal with this turret. Ooh. They do get away in the nick of time. Possibly just about to be taken off the board, but currently they still do stand strong. The magical journey comes online from this Bard. They will be able to keep themselves out of trouble for at least just a little bit longer. The static shiv gets bought for the Senate in the bot side of the map. Along with that, on the opposite side, there is going to be that Luden's Companion. So the extra bit of AP damage bursting away. Obviously, it makes a lot of sense as there's not a lot of tankiness regarding your opponent's composition. So something like the Leandres is a little bit more of a interesting pick. Regardless of that, though, they are going to be on that first item. Over on their jungling side, there's going to be the Blackfire Torch build out for the Shaco. So they are going to be confirming us with that AP route. Possibly going to be going for the Leandres next, as that is going to be really good for dealing with players like Optic, like Steel City Warrior, both on those tankier champions. Getting that extra bit of burn damage is very impactful in being able to deal with them. We'll see how that does end up working.
Hear me out, right?
Hearing.
You go Malignant second, so you can have more clones.
Oh, snap.
That's not a real strat, but I just think it would be funny.
I think that would be hilarious, but we'll see if that does happen. I do doubt that it will happen, but we'll just have to keep on waiting, keep on biding our time, as there is possibility for an engagement in the mid right now. We get to see 6 players over here. The clone's going to be taking the heap of the damage. Lots of utility dropped on them immediately. But as the clone dissipates, one player does get hit by the stun. Engage comes in. Evil Troy going to be dealing with the damage, but they still do stay alive. Both players fleeing. The sun comes out from the Thresh, getting so many players onto Waffles. And Optic will be keeping themselves alive and well. Information gets released as 3 players spotted in the jungle, warded away. Still, though, this Jarvan 4 is going to be very aggressive. We do see them get hit by some utility. As of now, though, Neversaw is going to be the first one into the engagement. But, oh my god, getting pulled in by the Thresh, leading to Optic, getting hit by the turret as well. So much damage applied to them. Neversaw's going to be going in. Still, though, on the back lines, we're going to be seeing the public execution coming on through from Evil Troy. There's going to be the Senna ult, able to get some real good support for the rest of the team. And this supporting cast is such impactfulness. But one player's already dead. Neversaw, too. Somebody who we really know time and time again has been so good. And as of now, Drop Dead Gaming is going to be dropping.
Dead. Dropping dead.
Yeah.
And not gaming. As this is the Chemtech Drake's going to fall over to G7 pretty easily. Pretty good fight over there. Kind of what you were talking about. I feel like kind of came into fruition there. There was a lot of no damage after Neversaw fell.
But Neversaw is going to be coming straight back on into the fight, and they are looking for justice. Instant Chemtech will be found on the opposite side of the map. We get to see a bit of a push through. Evil Troy trying to find a kill in this bot lane onto the opposing top laner, but Steel City Warrior is able to get under the turrets, and no more utility for Evil Troy. They do have that public execution if they so do need, so they might opt in to try and contest once more, as the TPs are going to be maneuvered down into the bot side and the mid lane. But currently, Neversaw is going to be up towards top. They want to try and make some contention. However, they have one of their worst matchups to do it, as that is going to be the Galio, somebody who is really good into the Akali.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. Right now, you still have to be worried about CS if you're G7, right? Like, I think... Well, you've caught up in jungle, you're caught up in mid, you're ahead in top. But the bottom lane I'd be sort of worried about, but you have 4 kills instead. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a little too worried about stuff.
Oh, look at that. The disruption. And it will lead to Evil Lobster able to find the elimination, taking the kill. And just another step closer to being able to equalize this game. Obviously, right now, still in the favor of Gang 7 Mirage, but that could easily change after a good team fight. Still, though, that team fight needs to happen. It needs to happen relatively soon, as currently there's just so much aggression coming in from Gang 7 Mirage. Obviously, this composition is going to start falling off at some point as that Renekton gets a little bit less value towards that late game. But see how they do end up playing towards it. Second game, and Rift Herald gets taken once more. We'll see how they do end up placing this. We saw them before going for the top side, able to just kind of pinch it right on into one of the players. That being Steel City Warrior. This time it seems as if they possibly are looking to place it mid lane. Obviously, it's not going to be needed to be placed until a little bit later, so they do have that option to hold it out, wait a little bit longer. The Rocket Belt gets active, looking to go all in on Optic. Currently, Neversaw is just going to be biding their time.
Damage. Just not enough damage yet to actually hurt the Galio, but, you know, Galio kind of is your direct counter in this game.
Although you got to be concerned about the fact that Brandon Fan hasn't been able to find too much value throughout this second game. Despite game one, they were looking very good. This time, Neversaw has been really impactful. However, the just general stuff they're going up against, whether or not it's the Gallia, whether or not it's the Jarvan 4, it's been rough having to deal with all of it. We'll see how that does end up interacting with their behavior towards the mid of this game. I mean, last game ended at, I believe, like 26 minutes. This time, we're like barely even into the mid game, and it's only 21.
Ooh, we've got to fight.
Oh, Blast Cone going to be a little bit weak. Going to be leading Boy Kisser straight on into the opposition's turret. They will be able to get away very swiftly, as they do have such mobility that allows them to be able to really get away from any sticky situation. And currently, they do have that Dead Man's Plate as well, so speed is not going to be an issue for them whatsoever.
Yeah, when in doubt, magical journey out. That's what my friends always say. Are you gonna take it? No, we're not gonna take that. We thought about it, but we decided not to.
Evil Troy hiding in this bush. Not sure if they've been spotted out. One would have to imagine that's going to be the case. Instant aggression's going to be found out. It's going to be the side of Sosok to push in forward. But Evil Lobster taken down, ulting away. The Jarvan 4 makes no disruptions in their play, and they will be able to find another kill. Going forward for this team. We'll see whether or not they can get anything more, but as of now, they're already on soul point, so there's not a whole lot objective-wise that you can ask for if you are on the side of Gang 7 Mirage.
I mean, you could want Otacon. So it does look like we'll have a fight here. Teleport's coming in, so Troy's going to be down in a moment too.
Yeah, look at how many players are coming from this one angle alone, but the Ziggs is just able to isolate them all. That's absurd, and we're going to be seeing a couple players trying to make their own way around. We'll see whether or not the steal is going to come in onto the Otacon. I'd imagine the answer is going to be no. A public execution coming out. Instant shutdown's going to be there. No more Jarvan 4. Yeah, but despite that, they still get the Otacon, even though they don't have the smite available. Root's going to be there onto their top laner, in that being Steel City, and they still get the kill. Oh my god, they absolutely dominate this fight. Evil Troy going to be doing so much. The taunt's going to be there. They might fall in the end. However, it's going to be a 2-for-1 more likely than not. However, not just yet. This turret has been putting in absolute work, and they are going to be... Oh my god, this turret. That turret just found a triple kill.
Turret 6th man of the year, man.
Oh my god, that turret just absolutely carried this team.
6th man of the BOL finals.
I mean, it's not the end of the world for Gang 7 Mirage, despite having a pretty rough team fight. I mean, they are now equal in kills, and unfortunately, obviously, Gang 7 Mirage did lose their lead. However, Drop Dead Gaming did not get the option to steal the Otacon, despite having their jungler over their opponents, who was currently in the grave, 6 feet under. So we'll see whether or not they'll be able to contest for this next Drake. Obviously, with Gang 7 Mirage not having their mid laner, it's going to be a little bit more impactful towards the side of Drop Dead Gaming, who currently does not have their bot side, who, I mean, they really did put up a lot of effort in that last fight, as they were able to find 3 kills. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Oh no!
Oh, walking straight on into their death. An absolute firing squad awaited them, and currently we'll see what happens in the next fight, but it's going to be a 5v4 regardless. Trying to make anything, and Neversaw is going to be able to just get instantly shut down. Bit of overzealousness trying to fight, but they kind of had to, as this Drake is so necessary. We will be seeing the Jarvan 4 ult coming in, and it's the combo we kind of discussed during draft. Seeing that Ziggs ult matching with the Jarvan 4, and there's just not a lot you can do about that if you're on the side of Drop Dead Gaming.
Yeah. I don't know. That was just a rough teleport, man. Like, I don't. Just, you found the kicking squad. And that's what you got, was kicked. Just, and then the next fight's a 4v5. You don't got like the numbers. You just slowly get taken out and you lose soul. So, I don't know. Elder's the next dragon, tomorrow's a new day. We win these. We take those.
Aren't we?
Cherry, help me out here.
What's good?
How do we feel after that? Like, what do you do to get back into it?
I mean, I think that's like for the most part just kind of unlucky. I think that Brawny fan kind of had like, I mean, the teleport was definitely odd because the plan seemed to be go for the Drake, but then they were like teleporting past the Drake pit, which was a little bit interesting to see. And they kind of just TP'd into 5 players, which is just kind of unlucky for the most part. Beyond that, it really was just rough. I mean, I think there's definitely like, I'd say like, based on the gold, 60-40 in favor of Drop Dead, or not Drop Dead, sorry, in favor of Gang 7 Mirage. I think that the soul's a good bit of pieces, but it's still Chemtech, debatably the worst soul in the game. So maybe it'll find something. We'll see. Currently, though, I think if Drop Dead Gaming just kind of doesn't make too many stupid plays, they should be able to win. I don't love the composition still, but I think that they've shown that it works in team fights. So if they can keep proving that, I mean, I don't see why not. Still, though, Evil Troy's going to be hit by the turret. They want to keep on fighting, but currently there's not a lot of fighting to do under a turret. Minions are no longer available, and as of now, Drop Dead Gaming is just going to keep having to deal with everything coming at them. Minions going to be allowing them to keep this standstill in play. A 100 gold bounty for this Jarvan 4 and a 250 for the Ziggs. So really, Drop Dead Gaming isn't really relying, or sorry, not Drop Dead Gaming, Gang 7 Mirage isn't really relying on that top and mid, as we saw kind of was the playmakers for the side of Drop Dead Gaming in the previous game. But this time, bit of an opposite situation, especially as we see the Galio, a character who really doesn't have that carry potential, as it's more of a kind of static mid lane, not very dynamic the way that it plays. You don't get too many aggressive, flashy plays. Instead, you're more of just that anchor for the rest of the team to rally behind. Max are possibly going to be able to come through. We will be seeing them lit up. And oh, that is the problem with characters like the jungler. With that Shaco being on the AP side, especially, those boxes do an abnormal amount of damage.
Oop, oop.
Currently, Evil Troy just trying to make a little bit of contested. Wait, the public execution! They want to all in on this, but they're going to be knocked up despite that flash comes out. And the flash is not necessary. It just leaves them with a bit of HP deficit and no flash remaining.
Both players played that really well to sit there and use their flashes up. The Ziggs
for sure.
going slightly wide there, and missing. Had enough time to get out.
The only problem is the fact that now, like, Evil Troy's going to be stuck in lane a little bit longer as the Bard comes straight on down. It seems as if we will be getting the Baron attacked once. Now, we saw Drop Dead Gaming very proficient towards the top side of the map in terms of these objectives last game. We'll see whether or not they can continue that pressure in this one. Evil Lobster coming on in out of the invisibility. Call him Harry Potter the way they be cloaking, but as of now, the ultimate's going to be coming in from the Galio, looking to rally behind them. Multiple global ultimates on this roster as they have that Ziggs, they have that Galio. Both very proficient when it comes to their ultimate utility. And currently, it's going to be Drop Dead Gaming going in for the Baron, looking to possibly find it. We do see multiple TPs coming online. Now there's going to be the information spotted.
this trap line.
Ooh, bit of aggression spotted out with Neversaw coming on into the fight. Lots of little bits of engagements coming on in. There's gonna be Neversaw picked up, gonna be in a bad spot, but they come back on in heavier and bigger than ever. They're gonna be used as a taxi, able to dodge the Jarvan 4 ult, but currently it's gonna be the top laner in Steel going so low in the HP line. Mr. Keywism's gonna be able to get packed out, but very quickly they keep on going in. Magical Journey able to collect 2, but they keep on going. Senna's gonna be in a bad spot, but we do see Evil Troy being the first one to the engagement, as there is going to be the optic coming on through. Elun's gonna be in the fight, but the Frey's not stopping. They keep the train running, and they keep their groove going on in. It's Gang 7 Mirage to take the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they're keeping their lead this time. They don't want to lose to the Shaco for sure. Neversaw going in on this Bard, though.
Oh, this might possibly be a little bit of pushback. We see the TPs coming on in, only at half HP. This Baron might possibly not be done just yet. Clone's going to be there. They're going to be able to get the taunt off, but they're not finding too much yet. The Fear's going to be there. Optics going to be in a rough spot, but there's so many players at low HP lines. There's going to be a little bit more. Brawny Fam's going to be low. However, going off the Baron, going to be resetting it. Still, though, the Sentinel's not able to connect on to that jungler. We still see Soak such high HP. Shutdown's there, though. We see Evil Lobster able to get the kill. There's going to be the Elune going in for their ultimate, able to get it. We see the E-Connect from the Akali. However, they cannot go onto Elune. They need to make sure they can keep their distance, and they will. TP comes in, looking to find something. Stun's going to be there, coming in from Keywism, looking to go in, but the taunt's going to be there. But it's a tanky player. Evil Troy, so much HP, but it gets burned down immediately. Going on in, we're going to be seeing Neversaw dropping through in their Zhonya's, but they just die down. 23 kills, and Gang 7 Mirage completely keeps up the fight. Who needs a Baron when you have the tier 2 mid?
Yeah, I mean, it could be more than this. This could end up being the never mind, I gave up. We decided not
Wait,
to.
they're going, oh, they have an Elder.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Evil Lobster, can they pull off the play of a century? Able to seal off this Elder. A very necessary play if they can make it happen. But it seems as if with a Bard on the opposite side, able to catch him out, the answer is going to be almost certainly going to be a no.
Yeah, no, like, Boycaster's not gonna let him. Neither is Cutie. Like, or Optic isn't going to either. So, you're just kind of SOL there. Really well played.
Baron taken. Next, going to be up. We'll see whether or not they go for it, whether or not they're just going to head straight on in onto that base. Go for the Nexus. I mean, it probably is a possibility, as their bot lane in Elune is 10-2 currently with 9 assists. An absolute force to be reckoned with. Certainly not a player I would want to be up against.
No, I don't think that there's, I wouldn't want to be against Ziggs, I wouldn't want to be against really anybody on that team. The Renekton, the Jarvan would be scary. The Galio is formidable in their own way. Lobster? Good dodge, though. Oh. But the burn damage was too much with Elder. But a really good disjoint to avoid the Ziggs bomb.
Baron plus Elder. Everything activated, everything on the table. They have the Chemtech Soul as well. Inevitably, you'd imagine they can just run it down. 33 minutes into the game, it seems as if it's almost completely over. We'll see whether or not Drop Dead Gaming has anything left to offer us, but as they siege the inhibs, as they make their way down the center, marching their minions, the empowerment that they receive is likely going to be enough to just roll over the side of Drop Dead Gaming. And it seems as if that's the case. Going straight on through. First tower falls. They are going to be able to get a stun off. Mr. Keywism's going to be able to pull them in, but oh my god, you're getting pulled straight on into an absolute massacre. Neversaw is going to be able to find one. Neversaw's a player we know is good. No is great. There is going to be a bit of pushback as Mr. Keywism's is able to find one. They get one with the Shaco, but that's just not enough. Steel City Warriors getting the kill. They go Evil Troy trying to hold him off, but they just can't do it. So many players fall, and Steel City Warrior going to be going down. And as the lights dim, that's game 2. We're going the distance, ladies and gentlemen. This is 1-1 on the series.
we're going. Is it a best of 3 series? What do you mean going the distance?
Well,
we don't know
realistically,
yet.
let's be honest. We're going to be seeing a 5-map series.
We
always
don't
see
know
5-map series.
yet.
We've
but
seen so many 5-map series this season. It is the absolute must. We're getting it. We're getting it. I'm telling you, we're getting it.
I mean, all right. I'll have to believe you on that one.
Exactly.
There's 2 heroes that almost hit 40,000 damage in this game.
It's tragic.
Yeah. I mean, I guess. I was just pointing that out. 40,000 was a good number last week, so figured I'd bring it up again. But yeah, I mean, Elune played a very good Ziggs this game.
We'll see whether or not they can keep it up. Obviously, that Ziggs was a real powerhouse that nobody is going to want to mess with, but we'll see whether or not they can keep that pressure up with another champion going into map number 3. We'll be back right after this break. We'll see you then. Peace. So we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more on the draft. And already we got those bans coming on in. Instant Neferi banned out, which makes a lot of sense. We saw the Neferi banned again last game. A little bit of differences. Jin and Trundle getting taken out. So we'll see maybe Gang 7 looking to play a little bit more towards their bot side with that Jin ban. And maybe they got something cooking up for us. Obviously, last game, their ADC looked absolutely amazing, phenomenal, absurd, and there it is, the Tristana, another Yordle to match us tonight.
Yeah, definitely a different style. It's still another bomber, technically. Bandle Gunners. I don't remember the rhyme anymore. I do like the picks of their own Yordle in a counter with Corki. Kind of the same but different in every single way. What a good description. And then Pantheon. I kind of like the Pantheon pick too. To sort of be a really good deterrent over on the side of DDG. You know, point and click adventures. Point and click stuns are always good. I think, anyways. I can't be the only one that thinks that. Right, Sherry?
I just don't get it. I really don't. I think if this Corki's in the bot lane, which I'd imagine it is, I don't think that's gonna play well into the Trist. I'm gonna be honest. And now there's also an the Ashe Tristana. Now, if that's the bot lane combo, this could be ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure
This
that
could
is the
be
bot
really
lane.
fun. This could be really fun.
But
Oh,
never saw us on a control mage now.
that's scary.
I thought that Victor was maybe going to be the pickup last match, but now they lock it in. So I mean, you know, excited to see it. We'll see what they try to do to counter it. If it's Tristana mid, which it may be from the looks of what DDG is still trying to ban out. Gravity Well, I've talked about it time in and time out. Gravity Well is the miles above ability that shows you who's a good Victor and who isn't. So the fact that DDG got to get a hold of Victor this late, like I mean, game 3 of the series this late into the draft, it's definitely something that they're going to hope they don't regret as you know DDG continues the support bans as G7 is sort of focusing on the top side of DDG. They're trying to shut down Evil Troy a little bit. Probably because they already have Gragas picked.
One would
there.
imagine that the Victor would have come out earlier. And I don't want to say I don't like it, but I feel like, I mean, yeah, there's always the chance Gang 7 Mirage would have banned it every other game. I just don't know if this is the composition you want to play it into, right? Like, you get hit by an Ashe arrow cross map and say that Tristana is, and yeah, that's like the fear that I had for him, because that Tristana is now going to be mid. And like, you're going to have to deal with that. as a Victor, which like yeah, it's pretty easy, but it's like if they have some good combos on you, force you under turret or something, like it could be bad. It could be real bad. And I think that it's surprising seeing them lock Victor into this, but I think that there is always that chance, like, that they're just going to be able to one-shot everyone, especially with how squishy the opposing composition is. Like, yes, you have that Gragas, which, yeah, that can disrupt you pretty well, but realistically, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
No, and never saw we trust in this comp. Also, yeah, Troy got a hold of Rise in this game too. Rise is going to play pretty well into Gragas, I think, after a certain point. I don't think Gragas is going to get tanky enough fast enough to be able to deal with the damage that he can do kind of right around that level 6 range. Without the help of Sejuani maybe coming up to bail him out. And then I don't know, if either of these bot laners get dapped up by Braum and Corki, they're going to be in a world of hurt. Especially if Corki's got the Gatling gun going.
I think Drop Dead Gaming wins this game. Evil Lobster looks amazing on Pantheon. I think that having your Rise in the top side is going to be pretty impactful, especially comparing it to that Gragas, which is probably going to be matching you. Like, I think overall you just kind of have to favor him in this game, and we'll see what does happen. We're going to go to a quick little break here, though, and we'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 is upon us. We'll see you right after this.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more. And this is it. This is where we'll figure out who's going to match point, who's going to be going down to the ringer. We'll see who's going to be the one to come out on top. But we still do have some time before we get all the way into that. So currently, it is going to be 1-1. Obviously, Drop Dead Gaming winning map number 1. Over to the second game, we saw a absolute massacre towards the end there, especially from the side of that Gang 7 Mirage. But we'll see what they can bring us today. Tristana going to be the mid side. A little bit more of an uncommon pick, especially after most AD carry picks did get nerfed. But we will see what does get locked in. Or I guess not locked in, but we'll see who comes out on top. It's a bad play on words. And you got anything special you want to see?
No, just a good clean fight, you know. But what I was saying is they definitely know Corky's in that bush. Pings were coming out on it earlier. So that's something to keep an eye out for. I don't think anything. Yeah, well, yeah, nothing's gonna come from it. But like I said, I'm not really looking for anything in particular. I just want to see a good game of League.
I mean, I
Never
imagine
saw landing W's.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a bit of a never saw masterclass. One would imagine she's been on a tear on this specific champion in the past, so certainly something you cannot take for granted. I'd imagine if you're going to be Optic, you'd want to, more likely than not, move a little bit forward in that engagement, possibly take those close range matchups, get those W's refreshed as you hit those E's, and maybe we'll see that happening. Maybe we'll see them in a bit of a tough spot. I would just inherently assume that you would want to close the gap as that Tristana.
So, really quick, at least at level 1, Optic's having no fun because the shield that's given with that Q, the empowered auto, there's just a lot that's going on there that's sort of, I don't know. This was the matchup last week that Never Saw popped off completely on. Was a Tristana versus a Victor, and we've got a fight going on up here. Already a little bit of action.
Currently, Neversaw is in certainly a decent spot. However, their CS is actually starting to get matched, which that is the buff you get as the passive with the Tristana allows you to be able to hit multiple minions in terms of getting those last hits in. So currently, Flash does get extended, but I believe that is going to be both top laners, yes, who did in fact have to drop their flashes.
What are you doing? Whoa!
Wow. Everyone to some rough HP lines.
Holy goodness. Steel City went back in with nothing and had to flash out. Luckily, Evil Troy wasted his flash, trying to finish off that kill. So, like, and not getting it, so that's why it was a waste. But, like, I don't understand why we tried to re-engage.
Oh, coming on in. We might see Evil Lobster in a bit of a tough spot as the E does land, able to connect a bit of auto attacks onto it as well to get extra damage on a line. However, Optic just having to back up in the end, inevitably not able to do too much off of it. And coming back over to the bot lane, we get to just see a bit of a masterclass over from Gang 7 once more, as the HP certainly not there for their opponents in Drop Dead Gaming. Obviously, Ashe is a very early game champion in terms of their damage. Late game, their damage does fall off. However, their team fight capabilities do tremendously skyrocket, as that arrow is a phenomenal engage tool. The Magic Enchanted Arrow is certainly one of the best tools to engage on in the game.
Yeah, and we'll have to see their positioning with arrow and everything like that. To see how well they can use it. Like I said, though, this mid lane, I'm still really curious about it. I don't think, like I said, I don't think that they're gonna have a good time against Neversaw. But I also don't think they're gonna give up a free kill in the early game, like what happened last week.
Oh, and already this top side going to be in a very rough spot. Evil Troy dealing a lot of damage, dishing it out so heavily. And that is going to impact the state of this wave completely, as we can see a lot of these minions are going to be in a rough spot, and that will do it. First blood, it goes over. Drop Dead Gaming finding him under the turret.
I was wondering if another one was going to come up. Dragon again, but this
Oh,
time
look at that
it's gonna be
stun
bad.
comes down. And Aluna going to be in a rough spot. Down for the count. Neversaw finds one. Instant going to be able to get the trade. Both supports down, and that's going to do it. Feats of Warfare claimed, and now it's Drop Dead Gaming. Take the Drake. Not going to engage onto that. But instead, Void Kisser able to make their way out. That's a rough spot for the side of Gang 7 Mirages. Their one kill was from the support. The one person you don't want to get the kills.
I mean, support meta, like, support carry meta, it's the Korean meta from, like, 12 years ago. I don't know, that's what I always used to say to make myself feel better when I was getting kills as support. But, Optic Waffle doing a pretty good job at sitting at 0 HP kind of in lane.
Oh, for sure. Look at that extra HP they're gathering. I mean, it's not a whole ton. Obviously, Neversaw, when they get one good hit in, she's going to be able to deal a ton of damage. Especially with those 4 stacks that gathered. She's flashing over the wall. We're going to be seeing the jungler moving over. Sahuk's going to be getting a lot of value, but Waffle's unable to contest whatsoever. Neversaw's possibly going to be falling down here, and yes, she will. Down for the count. Darksteel reset, but the damage is being done, and they've already got that Lost Chapter online.
Yeah, Lost Chapter is going to help Boots. Definitely both useful things. CS still pretty even in the mid lane, in the bot lane, but that's about it. This jungle and top lane on DDG are kind of going to town right now.
Yeah, that's where most of the impactful gold has been arriving. Especially as we can note, Evil Troy is almost at that Rod of Ages already. With The build already starting up. We'll see what they can make happen, whether or not they can work their magic. But currently in the bot side of the map, that Corki is starting to get up there. They've hit level 6. They have those rockets available to them now. We'll see what they can do with it. Now the problem actually is arriving over towards the top side of the map, as we will be seeing Steel City in a pretty rough spot as they're pretty close to the turret. They're just tanking all of these hits from Evil Troy. I'm really loving this play from this Braum, however, able to really soak up all of this damage that they are being dealt with there, and currently they're going to be hitting so much, applying it all. Mr. Kiwism.
Oh, this is enough.
Possibly finding it, and yes, they will. Brandy Fam's going in. Evil Troy going to be flashing out. They're going to be hit by the ultimate coming in from the Sejuani. The Glacial Prison is going to be there, however, it isn't going to find too much, as they are still taking advantage in terms of the HP deficit, allowing these grubs to stay alive even longer.
We gonna push up and get this tower plate like we wanted to? Yeah. Boop. Yeah, there it was. There it went. There it went. I think we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. But yeah, man, like the Brandy this game is doing heads over heels better than the game before.
I'd say either of the games before.
Yeah.
Absolute new player.
Troy's up 30 CS right now.
I think a big thing to note is the fact that Mr. Kiwism has been doing a real good job at being able to enable them. And I think that's something that, you don't really see a whole ton from your supports, especially on a character like Braum. Sometimes it's a bit lackluster in terms of being able to really put in the effort. But this one, I mean, Mr. Kiwism, I don't want to take anything away from Brandy Fam, as they've been a very impactful player, and their skill and their talents both have been extraordinary so far in this series, and not only this series, but in previous ones as well. But these two have been a phenomenal bot lane. Evil Troy going to be hit by the turret, taking the heap of this damage. They are going to be able to get away, but who knows for how long. Obviously, with the ultimate extended, Evil Troy possibly going to be that spot. But Steel City Warrior falling down. The aggression gets found out. The arrow coming topside. No, 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 no. Drive by. Oh, way too close for comfort. Bot side of the map. Granny Fam able to find the stun. Mr. Kiwism's possibly going to try and enable him, but no. They both just back out, looking to go for the Drake.
The smart play, right? Plus, it's an Infernal Drake.
Definitely a big one. We will see how both teams are going to be able to play towards it. Obviously, it is up. We are going to be seeing Evil Lobster being the first one into the punch. Currently, Braum's going to be going in for the ultimate. Mr. Kiwism's going. They are going to be trying to make something, but Sejuani appearing out of nowhere. Sahuk, Sasuke going straight on forward with the rest of the team enabled behind them. The arrows come forth. Mr. Kiwism's holding them back as the Drake hits under that 1200 mark. They are going to be able to secure it. Now there's no more need to hold back. Glacial Prism activated. Mr. Kiwism's going to be at the front, but they are going to be burned down quite ruthlessly. And Sahuk's going to be hit by the stun. Going straight on in. Evil Optic can be in a rough spot there. Mr. Kiwism's going in. Neversaw finds the first. But now, Optic Waffles in the engagement. Flashes forward. Looking to find out Neversaw. Able to do it. Rocket Jump gets reset. Hit the blast cone. Going to be flashing over the wall from Mr. Kiwism. But on the other side, it's going to be the side of Evil Troy. Down for the count. Now, with Brandy Fam down as well, it leaves them with nothing. Gang 7 Mirage takes the fight and absolutely brings themselves back into this game.
Didn't lose anybody in the battle either. So traded perfectly in that fight. Did not get the objective, but did end up catching up into gold. And now it's only a 1-kill game.
see whether or not they can make anything happen regarding this team fight situation, because as of now, it definitely hasn't been looking too good for the side of the Drop Dead Gaming. Currently, they've almost exclusively been finding their kills in those solo laning 1v1s. Regarding those team fights, however, it's been a completely different script. And really got to give props for the side of Gang 7 Mirage. Their team synergy has been off the charts this game. Especially in that first team fight we saw against that Drake. They did not falter. They did not give up. And it looked a little bit rough at some parts. However, just being able to completely front to back against Mr. Qism forced them at such a low HP line. It just left almost no front line, excluding Evil Lobster, and didn't have anything to go off of.
There was also no Braum ultimate in that. It got used and kind of whiffed in the bot lane. So I'm wondering if that would have equalized the fight any. But yeah, it was just a really good team fight from the side of G7. Yeah, the top and the mid CS gaps are just getting bigger and bigger.
There's going to be the Otacon spawning on up. Possibly going to be the side of Drop Dead Gaming to go for it. I mean, they do have a bit of a gold lead still, despite losing the team fight. Arrow goes out a little bit too wide. There's 3 players here on the bot side for the side of Gang 7 Mirage. However, we can see Evil Lobster maneuvering them way down onto the bot. Evil Troy being a little bit of a weird spot in an unorthodox position as Gragas against a ranged top laner. You know, you definitely get the opportunity as Gragas to bring them a little bit closer, close that gap between the 2 players. However, that's not going to be the case here and now. Instead, they're going to be playing from range, and that's exclusively where Evil Troy likes to be at. Now, look at how many players are isolated here. Stun comes out. Evil Lobster disrupted, down to 1 HP practically. And now with the TPs coming on in, flash over the wall. Oh my god. Too much overzealousness from Steel City Warrior. Gonna be so absolutely devastated by the way that turned out for him. Now coming on into the fight. Braum's gonna be going in for the ultimate. Not gonna be able to find too much, but Mr. Qism still going in, rallying the troops regarding that locket activated. But Mr. Qism's gonna be so low. Brawny fam hit by the Ashe, who's empowered by their Q. They still want to keep moving. Stun comes out, but it's not gonna be for long. And now Mr. Qism almost dead, almost 6 feet under. Airborne, almost down. The Ashe as well. Everyone is at such an exclusively low HP line, and the rest of the lobby nowhere near to help.
By God, that's Carthus's music. But yeah, no, that was really well played by both ADs there to basically have no HP. The arrow comes up. It does land on Braum, I think.
Yeah, I think he was able to get the shield out though, just in the nick of time. I mean, this is rough. If you're on the side of Gang 7 Mirage, I mean, each game you've had the advantage in terms of the Drakes, and now Drop Dead Gaming is coming full force at you, making both Drakes go their way, and you can kind of just tell by the way that these lanes have been playing out. Like, Drop Dead Gaming, they want to play for individual lane states. Team fights, like, maybe they can play for them, but they're dominating lanes so hard in each and every one of them.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Every lane is around 20 CS or higher up. That's all I'm saying in regards to that. I mean, obviously kills, different story entirely, but that is also partially due to the fact that that team fight certainly did not go their favor in the last one. However, 4 players over here. Both the Gragas and that Rise up towards the top side, not going to be able to fight just yet. 2k HP, going to be conceding to Drake. At this point, seems as if Drop Dead Gaming doesn't want to fight at all. They want to be able to keep themselves alive in this game, and the best way to do that is going to be to allow that Rise to be the one to initiate those team fights and be the one to really just correlate the team in terms of being able to put them together and see how that will work. The cohesion is definitely there, though, this time for Gang 7 Mirage. And they're firing on all cylinders. Everyone's coming in. The Starfall gets brought into the play, but it's instantly negated. An Evil Lobster's about to fall down to the ground. Yes, they will. TP comes in as well from the Gragas, looking to make their way on into the battlefield. Not going to do too much in terms of this red side. And at this point, Gang 7 Mirage is about to take the turret. Minions still stand. Tower still falls. And Drop Dead Gaming gonna have a couple players starting to maneuver their way on in, but Mr. Kiwism down for the count. And it leads to the tower's destruction as well.
Yeah, but never saw walking in.
Never saw being here. Possibly a good way to be able to fluctuate this fight. Turn it around on its head. But their speed is not there. Steel City Warrior trying to make something happen. But it's just not going to be enough. The slow coming in from the Ash Arrow, allowing them to be able to leave. They don't want to. They want to be able to fight. They are instigating this duel. And Neversaw is going to be happy to inquire that fight, but they will not keep it up for long. At this point, the gold lead is flipped. And Gang 7 Mirage looking to possibly bring this back.
Sorry, I got visited by a dog.
Oh.
I'm just kind of looking at items and seeing what's going on over there.
Yeah, there's a decent lead for sure over in that top side, as there's about a 50 CS difference in between Steel City Warrior and Evil Troy. However, that does come into the play as a lot of these fights have been started by this Gragas' presence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Evil Troy's mostly been just kind of in the presence of the lane, not really playing too heavily within the team fight.
Yeah, and
Oh, the Ash Arrow is not going to be able to hit. Still, Neversaw low HP, and they're already going to be hit by the Glacial Prison. Stun comes out, not able to do anything, and as 4 players are up here, all you can do is get taken down. Evil Lobster still on the top side, looking to keep this tower alive. Will they be able to do it, or will they possibly fall? The answer seems to be they'll get it in their hands completely, as everyone starts diverging away.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's a really good gank. Neversaw didn't really have a chance to get out of that. All 4 members of G7 made sure of that. As Troy, I don't know, tries to get this tower before
Oh, the TP is going to be there.
Oh,
Evil Troy destroying the tower, which is very good, as the person teleporting in does not have that ranged attack to do it themselves. But as Mr. Kiwism comes up into the bot side of the map, teleports in the top as well, with Neversaw getting here, it leads you to believe that we might be seeing Evil Troy possibly going into a team fight of their own. This will be a lane more profitable to somebody like Neversaw, as they will be wanting to play from range rather than going into a Tristana, which has that ability to just kind of be so impactful to where you have to play from such a long distance, or else that rocket jump is going to be extremely just devastating. Now, kill deficit is over for Saturday Gang 7 Mirage. The gold deficit has started to flip once more. It's a very evened out game, though. Really, it could go either team's way, and I'd imagine, based on how we're seeing this play out, this composition definitely seems more comfortable over towards the side of Gang 7 Mirage. It seems as if they're a little bit more favorable in terms of being able to calm better. They've been able to really call for their isolated targets, and we'll see whether or not they'll be able to really punch on this.
agree. I mean, it just kind of depends, I think, about what this front line on the side of DDG can do. Because they've just kind of been exploding really fast in these fights when, you know, you don't have that problem with the Gragas and a Sejuani.
Currently, fight seems to be exploding sooner rather than later. But Rift Herald is going to come out. So if you're assigned to Gang 7 Mirage, you might possibly want to play off this. You might possibly want to leave this go. Still, though, Root's going to come in stun as well. This Gragas instantly burned down to a crisp. Steel City Warrior almost on their knees. Will they be there, though? That's the question. Instant aggression's going to come in. The Sejuani still stays alive. Now comes in. Going to be there. The double stun comes in from the Gragas. Looking to keep going in. Neversaw's going to be going gold in. Branding Fan finds out one, but still we're going to be getting Optic going for another. Trades comes in with Evil Troy back in the fray. Their CS lead is starting to be making waves within the Blue Water League Grand Finals. And they find the double kill. They find the Drake. And they find this win.
So wild. DDG was like on the back foot in that fight, getting really shred by the 280s over on the side of G7. Like Waffle and Loon were doing a lot of damage in that. But but yeah, like there was no damage from Corki at first, and then Corki stepped forward and just all of a sudden a Loon vanished. Troy kind of got the kill ultimately, so it was both of them helping out, but just wild. Yeah, I don't know. Like that shouldn't have been a fight they lost though.
Otacon seems to be the engagement both teams are looking to aim for. We'll see whether or not they'll be able to find too much on it. Gang 7 Mirage, the first team to the punch. They've already isolated themselves here. You're going to have to face check them if you want to be able to get on into the engagement. However, by the looks of it, it seems as if Drop Dead Gaming has no intention of fighting for this, as they have that rise up towards the top side of the map once more. They do have that teleport online if they do so need. But they might need to drop that sooner rather than later, as the Otacon, it's already being started to engage upon. But it's a 4v5. By the looks of it, instantly, we're going to be getting the engagement coming in from the Sejuani, looking to go for some more, but they're not going to be able to find it. Rocket comes out. They get some damage onto Mr. Qism, but they can't find the kill. Branding Fan finds the first. They steal the Otacon away, and now they're going in. They get the first onto the Sejuani, but they don't stop there. Everyone falls. Everyone crumbles. Never finds a Loon, and it's all up to Steel City Warrior to take them to another bit of damage.
I don't know, man. It's like just two team fights in a row where I don't think they had any right winning the fights, and then they walk out like with no casualties. The objective that they didn't even start, and like now a 7,000 gold lead. So you know what? I've just completely shut the door back on the other way. Like, nah, this is actually our game. We do want to have match point going into game 4.
Honestly, I kind of disagree on a little bit of that, because I think the idea of you being at what, like 38k gold and going for the Otacon at 24 minutes, I think that's a little bit silly. I'm not saying it's like bad, because obviously like it could have worked. I just think that they probably should have been a little bit more patient towards it, as their HP was already starting to drop, and it really just seemed like Drop Dead Gaming had a lot better of a game plan going into that, as they played for like the retake onto it. We'll see whether or not they'll be able to kind of extinguish another fight like that, but right now it seems as if Drop Dead Gaming are playing a little bit more standardized. They don't really want to play too aggressive towards anything. We see Evil Troy up towards the top side. We see Neversaw over towards the bot side, going to be contesting over against Steel City Warrior. So really something that you got to worry about if you are Steel City Warrior, like, because they do have that TP online, but are they going to be able to use that without getting burned down to crisp? That's the question. But instantly, this Sejuani, Seisho taken to a crisp, going to be burned down. Half HP remaining. Evil Troy gets the teleport down in. They keep on going over towards the other side. Loon is going to be at such a low HP line, and they get taken down. Branny Fan comes in. There's going to be the side of Evil Lobster finding a double. And not just the double. It's going to be the absolute show closer. Branny Fan finds the last. And now it's just the bot side of the map. With the flash getting taken, it's not going to matter. Neversaw seems as if they can find it, but no, they can't. Unfortunately, she will fall in the end, but despite that, just look at these minions marching on down. Only one player to try and contest with all this exact damage, but there's nobody to survive. Nobody to contest. The timers are not there, and that might just do it.
I mean, oh, the wall again.
Oh, there's the kill.
respawns
Wait,
are up,
we
though.
might be seeing a little bit of pushback. If there's a lot of players respawning here, the HP deficit might be bad, but Evil Lobster can be trying to initiate this damage, and they will be able to do it. The double kill comes in, make it a
Oh
triple.
my
They keep on going.
goodness.
They keep on finding, and it's going to be Brawny Fam to take it all down. Evil Lobster secures the last, and that's going to do it. Game number 3 in the books in the grand finals. Not done yet, but match point succeeded. Series point succeeded. In Drop Dead Gaming, go up.
Boy, I don't know, man. That was DDG kind of took a big jump in that game as far as, who looks like they want to win the series all the way through.
Yeah, that's rough. That's really, really rough. Oof. Evil Troy. So much gold on this one player alone, along with Brandy Fam, both of which were absolute nightmares to have to deal with. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I think both these players were really some of the reasons that this win came along. Never had a little bit more of a rough performance than what we've seen before. Evil Lobster did a really good job at being able to initiate fights, and you got to give him credit where credit is due. That's what the Pantheon's job is for. We'll see whether or not they can keep that up. Next game, Mr. Qism really just doing it all. I think Mr. Qism was my MVP that game. Not gonna lie. I think that their bot lane play allowed their Corki to be able to just be enabled, be so free throughout the lane, and it just allowed them, even when they were in rough spots against that Ashe Melio, they just kept up going. And Alun, yeah, Alun played good. You can't deny it. I think Alun was the reason that this game lasted as long as it did. Same with Optic Waffles. Both of them were real good players in terms of being able to kind of stop those team fights from going out of their system. I just think in the end, you can't really contest with a team that just played so well despite losing early on in those team fights. It was one team fight where they didn't get a single kill and they lost 4 of their 5 players. And despite that, they just came back and said, okay, whatever. Sure, we'll fight you again and we'll just win. And then they did that. And they played 2 team fights in a row where they lost a single person. And I'm not entirely sure who. I believe it was either Neversaw or Evil Lobster. But having one of either your jungler or mid laners die is the only person in 2 team fights, that's absurd.
It was really rough. And like you said, back to back in team fights, it was way too much to actually be able to come back and just climb from. After that, I think you lost another objective. I don't even think you lost an objective. I think you just started to stagger at that point, and that was where the game went. Really well done though. But can we take a break for game 4, please?
Yeah. Well,
Please.
I guess we're going to a break and then we'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, will we be seeing only 3? Will we be going to that coveted map number 5? That's the question that we'll be asking ourselves over this break. We'll see you right after this. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back with game number 4. As we know, a little bit of a recap here. Drop Dead Gaming. They've come back, and hey, I was gonna say, when Feedonomics gets back, let's all type in chat, wakey, exit bakey. But yeah, he's back anyway, so we're back on stream. And yeah, you've arrived, you've come back. This was a very funny little endeavor of ours, and yeah, we've already brought ourselves into the draft. Karma's been locked. We got the Wukong on the opposite side, and yeah, I mean, everyone in chat, please and thank you. Start spamming Feedonomics. The lights on. You can't go to sleep just yet.
I
Yeah.
was just I have a wife.
Oh,
I'm allowed to go see her. You can't take this away from me. All right. So, anyways,
Oh,
are
I
our
think I
teams
can take this
backwards right
away
now?
from you.
By the way, Prod.
Oh, yes, they are not. No, they are not.
Okay.
Are
Yeah,
they?
they are.
Oh, the fearless bands aren't opposite at least. Oh, huh. I mean, the fearless bands weren't, so I was like confused because I was like, oh, what the? Wait, what? Yeah. Oh, okay. Everything's changing. I'm like, oh my god, guys, I'm all dizzy. You know what else is dizzy? Team Dizzy, who did not make it. And
What?
we were talking about this on Otter Talk. They're not very good.
What?
But we don't have to talk about them. We can talk about the teams playing right now. Amumu, Karma, Jin. I feel like this is a composition we see all the time, right? You got a lot of
Yeah.
stuns in here too, which I'm really liking. I think this could be a very volatile situation, especially if you're this Wukong. You get called out, like you're gonna have to drop in that clone. Kai'Sa's gonna be coming in. Ooh, Kai'Sa into Jin. Thoughts?
I mean, it's an ADC matchup. I think it's really going to depend on the support matchup more than the AD matchup, because you know, I think with the right person to stat tag something onto them to allow Kai'Sa to follow up with an ult is always really big into her kit. I kind of expect Leona to get picked this game, but we'll see.
Leona Kai'Sa?
No, I mean Leona Jhin as well.
So what are we thinking then? Karma mid?
I mean I thought that was your thought earlier, but I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't mind seeing Leona picked. But you know, you don't have to, like, Karma support makes sense, but Karma can do a lot of damage technically if taken mid.
Oh, for sure. I just don't. Maybe I could. Yeah, I think I could see it because Neversaw likes to play control mages, so a Karma definitely wouldn't be out of the picture. I just think it's a little bit more likely as a support, but we will see. I think Leona Kai'Sa, it's not very common. So I don't really expect it. I think if they were gonna run that, they would have ran a different ADC. Possibly a Jinx if they wanted to do that. I'd imagine a Rel is definitely within the possibilities. And I think that would make a little bit of sense as you'd get a lot of tankiness with the Ornn and a Rel. But we will just have to wait and
We got our other two not real bands coming out. But I think we're just gonna let the timer elapse.
yeah. Which sucks. I mean,
was
you'd
gonna
imagine.
say-
Oh. Okay, so the Nautilus. That makes a lot of sense because they'd want to play aggressive with this. We'll see how that does favor them. And I think you were right. It's gonna be a Karma mid. Unless this is some weird stuff where we're seeing like Poppy top. Maybe like Poppy jungle Amumu support. I mean, there's a lot of options here, and then
Where's your
we're
mid?
gonna get like nothing discuss. Well, I guess this makes sense that they're gonna not have any of these in the mid lane.
Karma. It's Evil Troy and Karma, or I guess it could be Poppy still.
I think
Um,
more
yeah,
likely.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
want to see Evil Troy and Karma more than I want to see Evil
Yeah.
Troy on Poppy.
Especially after last game where they were on the rise, it would make a lot of sense for them to want to keep this up, as they did have a ridiculously high level masterclass performance on that rise. So certainly something that I could see in the bank. Coming in, the Xerath is going to be the last thing. So the Xerath most likely in the mid lane makes a lot of sense in terms of wanting to match that with a Syndra. Having Control Mage versus Control Mage, we'll see how that does end up playing out. I think the tankiness certainly going to be something that both teams are going to need to work towards. Now, I think solely based off of composition, I would favor Drop Dead Game. No. I don't know who I'm going to favor. I'm going to say Drop Dead Gaming because they've won 2 games and have looked really, really strong while doing so. But this could go either way in terms of comp alone, because I think that their composition doesn't suit the playstyle that they want to go for against like what their opponents are running, because there's a lot of tankiness over there. But we'll see. Anyway, you got any final thoughts?
Just silly ones.
Oh, let's hear them.
Just silly ones. What if it was support Xerath in mid lane Nautilus? We get the real old school. Like you're too young for that one, Jerry.
I
But a
am,
long time
but
ago, a long time ago, Nautilus was played as a mid laner.
I
For like
remember seeing a TikTok
tournaments.
video about that, so I'm not too young for that, if that makes you feel any better. But that is going to do it for us for at least a little bit. But ladies and gentlemen, make sure to stay tuned because we're coming straight on back with game number 4 in just a little bit.
Rest in peace, bud.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more. Game number 4 is on the ropes. And this is the big one. This is the one where we can see, will we go to a map number 5? Will we get done with the series? Feedonomics. We're talking about a couple things during the break. We're talking about deer. We were talking about antelope. Now, I want to get your thoughts. Is Nautilus considered an antelope?
I need your reasoning on why. And number 2, I'm so glad that I got to start the intro to this game. Really appreciate it.
Oh, see, I like totally forgot that you wanted to do that because like we're too busy talking about antelopes. That's like totally on me. Sorry about that.
No,
Anyways,
that's cool. I didn't
like,
want a chance anyways. No, it's fine. It's cool. It's
okay.
no, it's
Well,
totally
here
fine.
I'll give you this much. Like, think about it, right? Like Nautilus, like it's an animal that like has other animals attached, right?
No. I no.
No, because like think
Actually.
about it, like Nautilus kind of looks like a horse, and then Nautilus also has like the hook thing, right? And that hook thing, you know what you put on hooks? Lobsters. So Nautilus is just two animals put together. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Please tell me if I'm wrong, because I don't think I am.
I don't think you're right.
See, this is where my entrepreneurial brain just comes into play, right? Like, this is just what we're dealing with. Like, on the opposite side, we got an Orn, which also looks like an antelope. Like, let's be so honest here. And yeah, I mean, they're just playing their game, maneuvering their way through the lanes phase of this map, and we actually do get to see the compositions. And it turns out that I actually was the one on the right side, so it was not going to be, for some weird reason, Evil Troy on the Karma, which I don't know why they didn't play the Evil Karma, but instead they're going to have that on Qism and have Evil Troy on that Poppy in the top side. So they get a bit more stability in terms of their tankiness. However, I mean, they seemed very comfortable on ranged champions, so it is interesting seeing them diverge off of that, instead putting that Mr. Qism on.
Oh, Flash comes out.
Yeah, it seems
Q
as
might
if
have
both
to
players
flash
in the
here.
bot lane. Oh, wait, that. Oh, well, they got the passive off on that 5th auto, but unfortunately, Mr. Qism did have their flash enabled, so they did get to back out of the engagement real quick and easy.
Sort of. I mean, that's 3 summoners used on the side of DVG, and only 2 used on the side of G7. And
That is true.
it doesn't look like it, so, well, no. Is that Hex Flash? So, you know, maybe not as much lost if he actually has Hex Flash on there. Which it looks like he does. He's just been standing in the get beat up zone. Speaking of the get beat up zone, Steel City Warrior. Ooh. Yep. That was really well played. Evil Troy stopped the dash with their W. And then, I don't know. Somebody died in the bot lane somehow.
Currently, we are going to be seeing Never Saw back on this Syndra. We saw them on this last week. They put in a phenomenal masterclass performance, but instantly, Rennie Fan on a bit of a bad spot. They are going to be able to disable that passive coming in from the Kaisa, so that's certainly going to be a decent spot for their HP. However, with the Karma coming on down to the bot lane, they might be able to put themselves in a bit of a better spot than one would originally hope.
They also have
this
to use
island.
their barrier there.
Oh, very true. That's rough. Very, very rough.
Yeah, Troy's doing really well in this matchup, being able to just kind of bully the Ornn around. The extra damage that you get from the second explosion off a Q kind of doing a lot of work too. W's also going to be able to negate the charge on the Ornn train. So that'll be useful too, as the gank comes up and just sort of finishes it off.
I mean, can't give him too much of a headache. I mean, I don't know what's happening up in the top lane. If you're an Ornn, dying twice before 5 minutes, definitely something. Maybe we gotta work on that. Play a little bit under the tower. I mean, it is definitely. You'd have to imagine overconfidence as if you're dying to a poppy under. I don't even know. But yeah, I mean, Evil Troy, they've been really good so far. At least they were able to get the solo kill onto Steel City. So definitely something you got to be proud of. It does seem as if they are going to be conceding over this Drake on the side of Drop Dead Gaming. Going to be allowing them to convert that. And at this point, with the side of this Drop Dead Gaming squad at a little bit of an advantage, almost 1,000 gold already, you'd kind of imagine that they are going to be wanting to team fight relatively soon.
I mean, we've already lost, like, what are they going to fight over in a team fight? Are we going to have a team fight for grubbies? Because there aren't any team, you know, the dragon's gone.
That is very true. I mean, we'll see what they do end up going for. I think they are going to be able to convert most grubs as they are so ahead in the top side, obviously, with it being what a 14 CS lead along with 2 kills. We already see the bounty building up in the top side of the map. Drop Dead Gaming going to need to keep up the pressure, though, if they want to be able to just kind of keep their flow. Gang 7 Mirage, on the other hand, I mean, it isn't uncommon for them to lose maps. Obviously, it's something that most teams do in the main season. Before playoffs began, they did end up going 13-4 with a 6-1 record. So that's 2 maps that they did not convert that possibly they should have. And we're going to be seeing another engagement down towards the bot side of the map. This Nautilus in the Boy Kisser is going to be down a little bit of HP. Down towards the top side, we are going to be getting a bit of an engagement as well. The Scuffle is going to be going in the favor of Evil Troy once more. And you know, Evil Troy does have their ultimate available, so if they do so need, they could possibly pop that out. If you're on the opposite side, you're going to be a little bit more comfortable under the tower, as your ultimate is going to be at least semi-useful to being able to relieve some pressure.
Yeah, I'm looking at gold right now to see who's where. Right, and it's kind of the same thing that we saw last game, except for in the bot lane, where advantages are kind of had by all of the solo lanes, or it's an even situation. Which, I mean, it's even in the bot lane.
Drop Dead Gaming looking like they're going to be able to get these grubs without any confrontation whatsoever, so definitely going to be profitable for them in that regard. Somewhat strength is going to be approached as the sun comes out. And still, bit of toxicity, bit of just banter within that top lane, emoting on each other after the turrets do enable themselves. And Optic Waffle will be able to clear out this lane, but as this Moo starts maneuvering their way down, Evil Lobster possibly going to look to contest on the Drake. 2 minutes until that is going to be up, so both teams certainly looking to fight for that. Ripe and ready. The engagement's going to be there. The curtain call comes out. Fights are enabled as they flash over the wall. Evil Lobster looking to secure something. The ult's going to be there, flaming their way on in. But both teams roaring for the punch. And it's a 1-for-1 trade in the jungle.
Both ADs getting a kill, too.
I'd imagine that's going to favor the Kaisa as you get a bit more scaling out of it. But they are going to be building up that Kraken Slayer. Relatively soon, that's going to be enabled. I'd imagine on the side of the Jhin, you're probably going to want to go for something like the Collector, possibly going for the Ghost Blade. See what they do and inevitably go up for, and currently, it's just going to be a pretty standstill-ish game. Now with Gang 7 Mirage hit with more and more roots, the double root coming out once more. Boy Kisser's going to be at such a low HP line, and they're going to keep up the pressure, maneuvering their way over towards the Kaisa, looking to connect another hook, possibly. On the opposite side, Optic Waffles, down for the count, under turret, it does not matter, it still is going to be the one, the only Never Saw to make this game their own. Evil Troy, sticking in the top lane. keeping the pressure up at 2-0. They just do not concede anything. Do not give over more than they have to.
Yeah, this is getting bad. It's starting to get there. Though, like you were saying, we haven't seen the team fights yet. And maybe once those fights start happening, we'll see a little bit more of this go one way or the other for whichever team will take it away. Obviously, that's going to kind of be what happens. But, like, you know, that's where you hope G7 is kind of able to stabilize.
I think team fights wise, Gang 7 Mirage loses almost every time. Team fights are going to be very bad for them. They need to rely on their Orange to be the front line, and I don't think they're going to be able to do a great job at 0-2 with 70 CS. We'll see what does happen. Obviously, team fight's going to be starting right now. Inevitably, forcing out the flash from Optic Waffles. Going to be going in. Both teams going to have their teleporting top laners up in the fight. We do see Ornol's coming into current call as well. Aloon going to be able to find the first. They still have so many players at such low HP lines. Never saw to be able to find one. Never saw able to find a double. They are going to be having the Cyclone active along with the ultimate coming in. But as of now, Aloon's going to be taking the killer instincts, pushing forward, but they just can't find themselves back. Sun comes through. Neversaw finds a triple on a rampage. Optic Waffles, last one alive, and they will fall down. Neversaw does not let them leave. And they still haven't connected the stun, but with 3 players right next to him, right ready and roaring. Stun comes out. Neversaw connects the turret, but still, they actually let him live. Oh man, I thought they were going to be able to find that one way or another. I guess with no minions able to crash, all you can do is concede the fight.
Oh, no.
Oh, never mind. Fight still comes in, and we are going to be seeing the Nautilus able to ult them down. Oikis are doing a great job showing why they were talked about on the Otter Talk earlier today.
Oh, the depth charge being the lethal blow is such an aesthetically pleasing explosion. See, when Nautilus used to be the mid laner, that did a whole lot of damage, and it was very funny. His W also did a lot of magic damage. What is he? He was a fun champion back then.
That was more than just a regular kill, too. They were able to get rid of the Darksteel stacks, bring it down by 5. It was up to 6 already. And not only just that, Gang 0 is also able to or Gang 7, sorry, is also able to take that Drake. They're up 2-0. And at this point, they want more. They're going to be fighting. They're dirty, and they want to get it. Now, they aren't able to connect the passive from the Kaisa just yet. As of now, Brawny Fam's just going to keep on the aggression. Aloon's going to go down to around half HP. But still, Evil Troy in the top lane being so oppressive over to their opponent in that Steel City Warrior.
Yeah, I'm kind of wanting to see what happens in that bot lane here in the next couple of fights that might happen. Brawny is playing very well to be safe in these fights. Still hasn't died yet. Kiwi also playing very well, like 0, 1, and 5. But you do have a lot of gold just in these bot lanes in general. Now that I look at it, they're both sitting on, you know, 2 kills, and then, yeah, 8 assists over on the side of DDG, and 2 kills, and then 2 kills and 2 assists for both of them.
Trinity Force is online for the Wukong over on the side of the Gang 7. Will they be able to make anything work with it? Obviously, when they're in the jungle, lots of players starting to corral over here. Brawny Fam's going to be hit by the ultimate coming in, but there's not just that. It's a multiple pronged form attack with a trident. Oh my god. Never saw absolute demon in the battlefield today. Demolishing everyone they go against, and the double stun comes out from the Amumu. They want to keep on going. They're going to be able to do it. Brawny Fam finds one, and they're not stopping there. Evil Lobster shuts down a Loon, takes down any chance of that Drake going the other way. And well, I guess it's still 2 minutes 50. I'm not sure why there was a bit of an engagement over there, but I guess when you call somebody out, you want to make sure you can find everything that comes your way. Still though, oh, Grounded's going to be there as well, and they just keep on the oppression over towards that Ornn. They have been able to gather 2 assists. However, Evil Troy has just been in such a good situation in terms of being able to keep this top lane in a very minimalistic situation.
I mean, is it minimalistic when you're up 40 CS on your lane opponent?
Oh, I meant, yeah. I obviously that's very big, but just generally, like, I think neither of these top laners are going to be doing a whole ton later on in the game, and it's not a bad thing. I think that you're going to be relying on Neversaw to be that shining ray of hope along with Brandy Fam, which that's kind of been the name of the game. These two have been really just shining throughout the series tonight, and I think if you're a top laner, like, you want to make sure they can keep up their stride. Now, Evil Troy gonna have to deal with a lot of players coming up the mid lane and support from their opponents. Evil Troy, though, they're gonna fall down. They don't get out, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, there was a lot of people up there, and it allowed G7 to be able to start fighting for the Herald, possibly. But if they do end up fighting for the Herald, there's so many lanes that are getting pushed into right now that are going to be just kind of conceded for free.
The second fight that I've seen a Syndra ult come out and it just not kill by like 3% as Evil Lobster merges Steel City there.
Oh, but look at the stun. Curtain Call gets activated too. They want to go in aggressive. We will be seeing the ults coming in from Optic Waffles, but they just don't find anything. G7 continues to fall down to the ground. We will be seeing hopping over the wall, going in. The Cyclone's going to be there. Still, though, not going to be able to find too much. They go for the hook, and they are able to find it. Aloon gets the kill. But despite that, despite Mr. Qism down for the count, top lane going to be still conceding turrets. And we can just kind of take a look at it. They've already found 2 turrets. They've already gotten the Herald. That's going to allow that mid to be destroyed as well if they so do choose. It seems as if Drop Dead Gaming, despite losing a couple players, they're still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, no, I mean, what? We've got a 5k gold lead. 6k? 5k? Math, I'm good at math. Too tired for math right now. The 5 kill advantage. They don't know they're in these bushes. They do now.
Oh, that's so tragic. The triple stun is there. The quadruple penta stun. Even more than penta. I think it was like 6 with the airborne effect included.
You need the CC break in this matchup. Absolutely.
The fact that there's no cleanses on the side of G7 is concerning. I'm not sure it would matter too much, but I think just like the option to have it would be nice. Neversaw is going to be in the top side, going to try and take down Steel City, and I think that more likely than not, it's going to be a very possible kill to find.
I mean, the stun lands.
Gang 7 Mirage on match point, trying to make any type of play. No. Stun comes out, able to cancel. It Neversaw finds the kill.
No.
This is an absolute obliteration, and it's just getting worse. The sun comes out onto the jungler. There's the curtain call. Evil Lobster is able to find the first, missing a couple of shots from the curtain call, but they still don't matter. Gonna be trying to get some artillery fire from the opposite side of the map, and there's the Killer Instincts coming on in, looking to get something more, and it will be a Loon to come in, but unfortunately for them, Evil Troy's joined the fray, trying to make the stun connect, not able to do it. Hook goes in, able to land. There's the shutdown, but it's not gonna be for free. The kill comes in. And now with a Loon down for the count as well, it leaves their bot lane with a bit of a deficit in terms of anything. And it's not letting up. Oh no, boy. Kisser down in next by the looks of it. Yes, they are. We're hearing some inspirational quotes from Boy Kisser before the match started. Seeing some of their chat messages. And, I mean, seeing this deficit. It's definitely unfortunate regarding some of the things we're hearing from him, and maybe for them it's a little bit fortunate, but at least in what we're seeing right now, it's definitely a little bit rough.
Yeah, items are coming out. We kind of chat's bringing up a good point. Xerath just got a huge shutdown. And basically gifted 1k gold. So I'm not saying they're completely going to start turning the game around, but now there's a chance that Waffles can do more.
I think that Waffles is going to be in a rough spot for the rest of the game. They have to deal with Evil Lobster connecting to him, and then any of their carries are just going to be able to burn them down almost immediately. We are going to be seeing the ults coming in from both the Amumu, or not Amumu, sorry, the Nautilus and the Poppy coming in on in, though.
Yeah.
Instantly, Curtain Call gets activated and going to be able to dodge, but Alun is going to fall down in the end. Inevitably not able to do much despite being able to buy out the Rage Blade. Now it just seems like they're going to start conceding any aggression over to the side of G7 and instead just go for the Otacon.
Go for the Otacon and go to gank Neversaw is probably the play here.
Ooh. Oh, despite having the
almost
stun,
really
they
well
won't
done.
be able to do too much off of it this time, but fighting Neversaw is definitely not something you want to do, especially at this stage of the game where she is currently at 2 items. We'll see how this does play out, though.
Really cheeky
Herald's up.
Herald news.
Oh, and that Herald's going to crash and destroy that tower immediately. Back on into the Herald. They want to go for more. Get that tier 3 on. Oh,
No, we're getting the other tier 2.
Being over to the other side.
Oh, the good smite!
Unfortunately. Oh, that's absolutely tragic. Root's going to come in. Double Root comes online. Despite that, though, still can't find too much off of it.
They had the
Up.
charge if they just would have charged the tower, you know, the base turret. But I understand why you want to take the tier 2s out now with that. I always recommend you take the drift with the rift, if you catch my drift. I already used drift once. Never mind. Then take it back.
Waffles possibly getting taken out, forced out of the flash. Not going to fall down just yet, but they are going to be in a very rough spot for the rest of the game because they're the one player with a ton of gold. They're the one player that the rest of the team's going to be relying on, an inspiration to the rest of the team to be able to keep going in this game. But now that they don't have the flash, it makes it so much more difficult to be able to get out of rough spots, those uncomfortable situations that you do get left in, especially when playing against that Amumu, when playing against that Jhin. You get put in those a lot. And without that flash, it makes you think that it's going to be very rough for them to be able to stay alive.
Yeah, but you gotta be able to find them, right? Like, and I guess the upside to Jhin is the curtain call can be cast from 7 years away.
Oh, bit of a fight comes on inside of the mid lane. We get to see the engagement. It's going to be Evil Troy to be the first one to be engaged upon, but the triple stun comes out. Curtain call can be activated. They're going to want to try and fight the clone, but the clone's going to be able to get taken out immediately. Good stuff from the Wukong for Brandy Fan. Finds the first. They're able to take down Steel City, but they get another with the instincts of adapting nothing. Root comes in. Evil Troy going to be able to find the next, but it's going to be a triple kill actually from Branny Fam, who's continuously moving on. Can they find the Penta? It seems more and more likely. Flash comes out from the Karma, and they want to keep on going. Clones out, not finding anything. Branny Fam still chasing and chasing against that jungler, but it's going to be Optic Waffles to be the only one to fall. Up in the mid lane, Neversaw still going to be taking this tower, and despite that, it's not just the tower. It's the Drake, too.
The Drake, the turrets, I just, man, this is gone south fast. Oh.
Not in. Evil Troy's going to be able to knock you away. We've seen Neversaw on the other side of the map. Possibly going to try and make something happen, but currently they just are standing. Evil Troy gonna be able to get the back off. Right now, though, not a lot of things to worry about.
No. Just what are we gonna do with our victory? Maybe it's what they're
Baron.
starting to think about, right?
Oh, we are gonna be seeing a bit of congestion. Mr. Kiwism gonna be fighting early on within the engagement. They are gonna be having to deal with them, and the damage did definitely go in favor of G7, however, not for too long. We are going to be seeing the setup for the Baron coming up in just a couple of seconds. These moments are crucial, though. if they can gather the space, gather the info, they are going to be in a good spot, and they are going to be able to do just that. They get the root off, they get the stun, and there's the kill. Evil Lobster finds the first. They want to be able to connect onto the Nautilus as well. The root's going to be there coming in from the every which way. Never saw it's going to be able to find the next. And do they get the cancel? Yes, they do. The curtain call is active as well. Optic Waffles down for the count. That's a triple kill for this team. And at this point, they're going to be able to go straight up onto the Baron and be able to possibly just close the map off of this. And not even just close the map, close the Masters Division of Blue Otter League.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you do right now if you're G7 to be able to come back into this one. You gotta have like 2 good fights in a row, but I don't know if you can.
I don't even know if it's 2. It might be 3. They haven't taken a single tower. Like, this is really rough. This is really rough. I'd imagine there's possibilities for them to be able to win a fight. They just gotta choose their targets correctly. Like, an Ornn isn't the worst player to be 0-6 by any means. I mean, you get a lot of tankiness, so like there's the possibility that you can just be that tank for the rest of the team. Keep your mid laner alive. Optic Waffles, if they can get every single combo to hit, sure. Maybe you can find a couple kills. Take down Neversaw, take down Brandy Fam. That might do something for you. I think for the most part, though, if you are G7, it's gonna be rough. Root's gonna come in, able to get a bit of poke damage. For the most part, though, everything's just gonna fall. We see all 3 lanes getting pushed in right now, and you're gonna have to, like, I'd imagine if you're G7, you're gonna want to 5-stack one of them.
Yeah, but who do you 5-stack against?
That's a good question. I mean, none of their players can beat anybody from the opposing team individually. As the gold lead has just become so insurmountable.
It looks like you chose top, but you don't even really get anything.
Yeah. Now the inhibitor in the bot side is going to be falling down. We see Optic Waffles trying to contest, and actually everyone's going to be starting to converge over here. All 4 players. This isn't bad. I think that Evil Troy is going to be able to run away, and that's actually going to lead everyone else to come in. And oh, that's rough. That's unfortunate. The clone's going to be able to block any extra attacks for at least a little bit. Stun comes in. Not even going to finish the kill just yet. Evil Troy is going to be able to inevitably finish it out, though. Still, though, we are going to be seeing Optic Waffles at such a low HP line. Evil Troy is so pushed up. They are going to be able to stay alive for so long, and now the support has arrived. They're already back into the front of it, and still, it seems as if the side of DDG getting their way out of the thick of it, making their way through the ringer, despite not a perfect season, only going 6-1, which obviously they came out at the top of their division. They came out as the GOAT. They will do it. A absolutely decisive game number 3 going in favor of them at 28 minutes, 17 seconds. As the clock strikes 11:32, you have new champions of the Blue Otter Master Division, the highest division that Blue Otter has to offer. It's done, it's dusted, and Feedonomics say hello to DDG. Drop Dead Gaming are your Master Division champion.
I mean, and definitely that last game, they kind of handily dealt with it. I mean, it was just an open and shut case. Really good game on their part. I mean, Evil Troy definitely played out those last couple of games in the series super well. Kiwi kind of played the last 2 games like lights out as well. I don't know who I would give this to on DDG MVP wise.
Overall, probably never saw. Except map 2 didn't look great. But to be fair, map 2 didn't look great for anybody on that team. So, like, I really liked Evil Lobster's play. I mean, they were able to steal the Otacon too. So yeah, I'd go Lobster. MVP wise, Lobster looked really good.
I mean, yeah, but kind of like what chat's talking about right now, Branny fan's really dreamy. So maybe they deserve the MVP.
True. Yeah.
I also have to thank Branny fan. Like, if he didn't rescue
That's fair.
my cat from that burning tree, like, I wouldn't be here casting right now. I would be devastated. So hats off to them.
I think Brandy Pham is a very eligible MVP. I think you could give it to anybody on this team. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, we're getting somebody in for an interview. I know that much. We'll
You
just
should
say
probably
like
get
Brandy
Troy.
Pham, and then
No,
Troy. We're going with
yes.
Troy.
Try to get Evil Troy in here. Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Brian.
well, if we're going with Evil, I'd say Evil Troy would be like the MVP of the last, but I don't know if maybe the game before too. I don't know. It felt like game 1 and 2 though. Evil Troy wasn't like the MVP, but it's okay. They definitely put up a massive performance. And I mean, I couldn't. It's hard to solo one person out on this team because everyone put up such a good performance. But yeah, Evil Troy definitely was the reason they won that last game for sure. Game number 3, they were absurd on the rise. Game number 2, they looked ridiculous. Like, it's good. It's good. I think Evil Troy is gonna be the MVP for tonight, and we'll see what they have to say about it.
That works.
Welcome. How does it feel to be the MVPs? We didn't really pick up specific MVPs, so we got like both of y'all in here. So like, how's it feel to be the MVPs of the Blue Otter Master Division?
I'll go first. I'd say it's pretty good. I think Troy and I are definitely the best on the team. That's why we're interviewing, and like, I'm very humble, by the way. And like, it was rough having the lane with Kiwi. Like, that guy's such an inter. It was rough having to watch Evil Lobster struggle to clear camps. Never saw played well, but like, that's why we're here. We're the best of the best, me and Troy, and yeah, it feels pretty good.
Yeah, can't say it better myself.
Honestly, Branny, like, hats off. I would never be able to rock, Jinko jeans like you do.
Thank you. I love my jeans. Yep.
Now, if you had to choose anyone else other than you two on your teams, however, throughout the entire split, who do you all feel like is MVP on your team?
Throughout the entire split?
I can go first on this one. I think it's got to be. I mean, it's got to be Evil Lobster or Never Saw. Never Saw filled in, like, she was a role that we desperately needed when I role swapped to top, and she played that role perfectly. Like, really turned our team around when we were struggling. So you could argue for that. And then I think Lobster also was in a slump at the beginning of the season, trying to find his footing. So I think he figured it out, and he was a huge part of our season and why we did so well. So those two.
I'd have to
Absolutely.
agree. Yeah, I think Never Saw just thought the entire season was pretty good, and Lobster definitely like went sky high and started just gapping every jungler. Like, he's done some disgusting things to some people. Like, yeah, he's been terrorizing some people. So yeah, those two were pretty good.
I want to get your thoughts, all right? Because we saw game number 2 go a little bit of a misdirection for you guys, and I think we kind of saw something similar to this happen last week. And so what kind of happens during those games where you guys kind of fall off a little bit, where it looks like there might be a little bit of a misdirection? Because usually when you guys win, you look dominant, very, very good. We rarely see you guys winning games that go over that 40-minute mark. So what happens in those games where you lose and it's really just not a good spot? Because obviously, like that last game where you guys lost, I believe that like that 33-minute mark, which yes, that time doesn't matter a whole ton. However, just the team fights did not look too very good for you guys. And I just want to get the thoughts on like what happened. Was it a lack of team coordination? Was it the synergy possibly being off? Or how do you think that went down?
I think it was. I mean, it was definitely frustrating to lose such a long game. And there's a lot you can point fingers at, like what picks went wrong, what fights went wrong, and I mean it's a big culmination of everything. But it's important to stay calm and just we were confident that we're like better than these guys. And even though we like had some bad team fights, we knew that we can outplay them like with if we're given our champs.
Kind
I'd say like game 2, whenever I TP'd underneath their mid tower and got absolutely destroyed, I was like, yeah, we gotta help out our boy Vertigo since he predicted a 3-1 win. So I just full sent it and solo lost the game. So it was pretty well played on my end.
I was wondering. I was
moment.
just about to ask about how you felt at that teleport point.
It was all calculated. I definitely was not freaking out whenever I did it.
Oh, okay, cool. Nah, I bet, because, like, that probably would have shook me a lot. But now that I know that it was calculated by, like, the dreamiest person in BOL Masters, like,
Yeah.
I shouldn't have second-guessed it.
Yeah, that was just horror right there.
I mean, we've
Yeah.
all had those moments on the team, like where we just make a game-losing mistake. It's not just Brandy, so it's important to not just like. It's really easy to be like, "Wow, Brandy, why did you do that?" I mean, he knows his mistakes, so we just bounce back.
No, I mean, completely fair. And now more of a serious on a high note. The back-to-back fights that you guys won, basically, where it was just one fight where you cleaned up, and then it was the steal on Otacon. Like, what were the comms like in the voice chat at that point?
My team really wanted me to stop sidelining and get the fuck down to the Otacon, so I just said, yeah, I'm TPing, even though there wasn't a best place. And then somehow we won. I just kind of poured it in, and my team just cleaned up the rest. From my perspective.
From my perspective, I was begging for my team to give me a pentakill, but I couldn't get it, so I'm just unlucky.
That's how it goes sometimes. Like, I mean, that would have made you way too powerful.
True, actually.
Like, so nobody needed that ego at 11:30 at night.
Whoa. Extra ego is always.
Jin doesn't deserve pentas. He can only get quadras.
That is true.
True.
He's supposed to only go to 4.
That was a absurd matchup, and I definitely want to see you guys coming in for more seasons later on within the year, whether it's in Blue Otter, whether it's in Ages, or whether it's in any other thing. So just to conclude this interview, 2 final questions for the both of you. Do you guys have any other plans for future tournaments, whether or not it's in Blue Otter or whether or not it's in some other leagues that you will be competing in later on within the summer and possibly going into the fall? And then after that, anybody you want to thank? Any family, coaches, anything like that that possibly helped you get along the way here? And yeah, just I guess we can start out with Troy, and then we'll give Brandy Fan the stage to finalize ourselves.
Well, we're still in Titan League in the summer, Titan Summer and Aegis, Marauder Elite, I think AML. But the goal was always to win them all, get 3 chips. I think with this roster that we have in this iteration, like we're expected favorites, and I think expectations for us are high, and anything less than winning all 3, in my opinion, is a failure. So hopefully this is just the start of many.
Nice. I mean,
And I guess thanks to my teammates for dealing with me being a toxic piece of shit sometimes. So shout out to them.
And then I guess for me, yeah, shout out to the DGG people. Those guys are pretty chill. Shout out to Kiwi's alarm clock. That's the real MVP, to be honest. And then shout out to Lesser for, I don't know, trash talking the people so that I don't know, people want to beat us. But you know, it is what it is. I think these guys played a lot better than we last faced them. So they definitely improved a lot. Like I could tell that they were playing it quite a bit better, but Thankfully, we were still better on the day.
Yeah, I agree. We prepared a lot. We didn't underestimate them at all because we knew they were a strong opponent.
Well, I mean, with that said, I don't think that I have any further questions. Cherry, you're pretty good.
Well, you know what? I was actually
course you're
not
not.
saying anything because I was gonna let you end it, but you know I took it away from you earlier, so I'll give it. I'll give it to you. Anyways, that's it from me. You got anything left?
No, I'll go ahead and close this out. Thanks for that, Cherry. So,
I'm
anyways, guys,
so yeah.
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine, guys. Thank you all for attending the BOL Masters Finals. Congratulations again to DDG, Brandy Fan, Troy. Thank you all for coming to join us in the interview. I'm Feedonomics, joined with Cherry J. Toad Step is over here on Prod, and we'll see you the next time we see you guys. Have a great night.
Thanks
Have a
very
good
much.
night.